All right, so at this time, we are well.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above all, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health, and see if we
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
To 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? This is our CTR Media Network live stream, baby. Yes, it is. Yes. I know you've been waiting. And if you're wondering the sound of this voice, this is Dr. T&J Ramsey, the host of the CTR Media Network live stream. Our network, CTR Media Network, headquarters is in Columbia, South Carolina. And if you would like to be interviewed, then go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Before we actually get started with our live stream on today, I hope that you're having an amazing Saturday. What I am going to do is give you a walkthrough of our brand new website, okay? We really wanted to bring you something bigger and better for 2024 onward. And so let me just give you a quick walkthrough. When you first come to the website, what you're gonna see, what you're gonna see. And so when you go to the website, we have home, we have podcasters, booking, pricing, courses, store, events, online TV, and about us. For all the shows that we have on CTR Media Network podcasters, you will be able to go and select the show that you want to see. You just simply click or hover over the podcasters and you'll be able to see all of our podcasting shows. You can also just scroll down and click on the podcast that you would like to hear more of or would like to book for your podcast and show. As you can see, this actually moves, people. It's interactive. And for those of you who would like to support us by checking out our store. So right now we're running a sale. Yes, we're running a sale. So many people want to start a podcast, right? But you may not have the funds right now to book me privately. So what I'm doing for the end of the year blowout sale is that I'm allowing you right now to get the Power of Podcasting book and course for only $10. Yes, you heard me right. $10. So you go on to ctrmedianetwork.com and you can see all the products. You just simply click on the book with the orange background. That's the Power of Podcasting ebook and course you can get for $10. This is our magazine, which gives you some additional tips and also introducing you to 100 top podcasters. We also have homeschooling information, because we're part podcasting, then the other part education, which is homeschooling education, how to do it and de-stress. And just like with our podcast logos we have, you can actually click through and see our store. And I encourage all of you, for those of you who need to plan and you need to have things all mapped out in regards to entrepreneurship and podcasting topics, I encourage you to get the 365-day content brilliance, a year-long guide for social media and podcasters. It gives you ideas and strategies for the entire year that you can completely reuse and repurpose for years and years and years to come. So if it's difficult for you to create your own content or to spark that idea and get those juices flowing, I encourage you to go ahead and purchase this. This is not just one time you use it. You can use it over and over and over again and switch it up. I mean, literally 365 days worth of content, and you can, it's an ebook. So go ahead and check it out. And now I want you guys to see what we have with our merch line, because we want you to be merched out with CTR Media Network when we go out and about. We want to see our family. You can get the CTR Media Network podcasters mug, hat, long sleeve shirt, pullovers, hoodies, bag, tote bag, book, backpack, short sleeve shirt, all of that. Make sure to go in and support. And if you are a current podcaster, go pick up your shirt today. And if you have a desire and you want to be in support of our network, go ahead and purchase your t-shirt. And this is enjoy our free 24/7 online TV. This is what we be talking about. Even though we do have a streaming process that we stream all over the world, however, we have more than one channel. So what you're watching is our various CTR Media Network channels, which we have two. One that streams over on Roku TV and one that streams 24/7 right here on our website. And as you can see, we have about 7 channels right now and counting, and we are going to be bringing more channels for 2024. If you would like to know how you can become a channel holder, just reach out to us at ctrmedianetwork.com and click to contact us, and we will get you booked in to let you know how you can become a content channel and have your stuff running, like your own little BET, your own little Tubi, your own little channel, right? That streams on CTR Media Network. So we have the Power You Crown Up channel, the Dr. Mary Zenith TV, CTR Media Network that streams exclusively here on our website, along with all over social media. We have KBBU podcast showing you all various different businesses. Of course, we have the Tina Ramsey Show. We also have the CTR Media Network that streams on Roku TV. We have the Melanated Homeschooling Families channel as well. So what I want to show you right now is when you look at all of these various different channels, how you can select the channel that you want to watch. You just simply click on it like that. And then you can literally click on the episode and it'll pop up the TV guide to let you see what episode it is, what it's about, how long it's going to play. You can literally just keep flipping from channel to channel, just like you do your regular television at home. We did that so that you can be connected and also be able to pick the shows that you want to watch. And so we have a little lag right there, but when you go to the website, we make it super duper easy that you can watch all of our podcasts and shows and commercials and everything that we have to offer on our online TV on the go. So you can watch it from your cell phone, you can watch it from your tablet, you can watch it from your laptop or your desktop computer. You can also listen on any device that you have. And so CTR Media Network Foundation, we're all about, we help podcasters grow their podcasts, also help them start. We help them start, build, and grow their podcasts. We also have a booking agency for our entrepreneurs that would like to be on various different shows or be in magazines and books and all this stuff like that. We also have that service for you where we do like a done for you. We get you booked and do all that. The only thing you have to do is show up. We also have our CTR Media Network Cares, which is our nonprofit. Yes, we officially have our 501(c), where we are going to be doing similar to the same things that we do with CTR Media Network, but it's mainly based upon community outreach, public speaking. We are also going to be providing podcasting training, as well as communication, homeschooling, health, wellness. We're going to do fundraisers. We're going to have so many different things that we're going to be in the community, extending what we already do even more so, and also bringing to you more amazing people and community leaders to help you grow. These are just some of the reviews. Of course, we have our event coming on, so go ahead and grab your free ticket. Go ahead and grab your free ticket, and we still need sponsors and vendors. So if you would like to be a sponsor or a vendor for our virtual event that's happening in February, go ahead and purchase so that we can go ahead and get you going on today. This is some of I should say these are some of our clients or affiliates that we had over the years. We have a whole lot more, but of course we only put 6 on the website. We have some more that we need to add, and you can actually see that. You can also go to our booking. Let's see, is it going to change? I'm watching it, like we have 3 screens going at the same time. So you can also book the Tina Ramsey Show for season 10 for 2024. We have online homeschooling consulting. You can book your free 15-minute discovery call if you would like to know more about what we offer at CTR Media Network. And we also have, this is not for the general public, this is for our members only that can get a free 30 minutes with me every single month. And this is for the ones who made speakers. Even though the speaking opportunity, we are doing it as a give back towards our nonprofit, and also what we do, we pay it forward every year with making sure we provide access to business owners and people who are making a positive impact. But if you would like for us to record the episode for you, it's a small fee, but you can turn in just your regular video or come in live, however it is, but you can go ahead and book it right here. Okay, so we have that. We also have the pricing to join our network. You know, I'm being totally transparent and totally open so you guys can see all of this. So you want to grow your message and your brand. We have some testimonials that you can actually watch as well. We have very affordable pricing compared to most with all the things that we do, because most places you're on their network, but they don't actively promote and put you out there and actually help you grow over a period of time. So we do have certain areas that we focus on, certain platforms that we focus on first, but overall, all of our podcasters have grown after being with us in various different ways. And each podcast show is different based upon the audience and all of that stuff like that, or whether you're new or whether you're not. And we do this quarterly, making sure that we see where you are, gauging where you are, and helping you build and scale up based upon what you want for your show or your podcast. So we have 3 plans. We have the audio podcast plan. This is for someone who is audio only, and it's $99 per month, but with a one-time setup fee of $55. We have the online TV, which you see all the time. That is $199 plus a one-time setup fee of $55. And then we have the Roku TV, which is $299 a month with a one-time fee of $55. Mind you, every level that you go up, you get the previous level that you just saw. So audio is audio, online TV is online TV and audio, Roku TV is Roku TV, online TV and audio. So you get all that. And also we have like our homeschooling side, which is down here, that individuals who want to market and promote and also utilize some the features on CTR, they'll be able to have access. But the first three is for ones who want to join the network. We also have courses in which you will receive your certification for. Yes, because now we can give certifications. So if you want to learn how to start a podcast and monetize it, of course, that comes with the membership when you join. We also have for you, you can learn how to become a reviewer on Amazon and save money. We also have how to become a homeschool reviewer and save money as well. And we also teach you how to build your own curriculum. We have very easy price points with regards to these courses right now, because these are some previous courses that we had out throughout the years. And so we will have some more courses coming your way very, very, very soon. So make sure to grab these while the price points are basically you're getting it for free, but you're just paying a little teeny tiny fee. Like really, because what is $10? What is $20? Come on, let's be real. These courses, you can make thousands of dollars or receive products and services that's worth way more than $10 and $20. But this is also part of our give back for right now at the end of the year. No excuses. No excuses. Okay. So the prices will go up, but we're doing this for right now. That's why I'm taking the time to show you everything right now. Of course, you can click the store feature and you can see our store. We can categorize it and all that good stuff. And you can see it more and more in detail. We also, like I said, have our event coming up. You can become a sponsor or advertiser. You'll learn all about that. You can also join to become a speaker and get your free ticket, or just be a guest to get the information. Right now, we have almost 50 speakers. I think the last I checked was like 48 speakers. So you are in for a treat. You are in for a treat. We have our online TV, which you already saw. And in the About Us feature, we have our blog. Yes, we have our blog that is a mixture of information from online TV, homeschooling. We go back and forth between both worlds, because that is both of our distinctions with CTR, homeschooling education and podcasting. So you will be learning different things. So I encourage you to go and click on our blog, because we're sharing a lot of great information. And if you would like to learn more on how you can actually become a content creator for our blog, reach out. There is a small monthly fee for you to be able to be a contributor and author to our blog, but also we allow you to promote whatever it is that you do by providing your content information at the end of every blog. So it's a win-win situation. We also have our business directory, in which we have to add more businesses on this as well. So if you would like for us to feature you as a business on our business directory, reach out and let us know. That is something that we don't have where you can click and buy. You just reach out and we'll decide whether or not it's a right fit. Normally we use this for our sponsors, but end of the year, we're doing all kind of things to help elevate you for 2024. You can see some of the community work that we have been doing in the community for years. Some of the work dealing with the power of podcasting, the events, some of the media covers and interviews we had, some of the work that's been done with our collaborations with various different nonprofits and getting out in the community, helping the truckers, helping with mental health and suicide awareness, helping females with menstrual health, menopause, and all the complexities of being a female, education, confidence building, and of course, homeschooling, what we do in the homeschooling world. This is just some of what we do. I encourage you to go on, and soon you'll be able to see this exclusively on our CTR Cares website. So with this being a 501(c), you can actually make donations and you can be able to get a tax write-off, because CTR Cares Inc. is actually a 501(c) nonprofit organization. So what that is in a nutshell, CTR Media Network, and then the extension of CTR Media Network, which is our CTR Cares, because we care about you. So I encourage you guys this is more than just a podcasting platform, because podcasting is our foundation, but we are a podcasting platform that happens to stream on radio, podcasting platforms, online TV, Roku TV, Vimeo, Pandora, Amazon, Alexa. I mean, we're literally all over, and also magazines and blogs and everything like that. So if you would like to maximize your visibility, if you are a business owner, coach, author, or a podcaster or live streamer, we actually accept live streamers on our platform, because we are a streaming platform as well. So we're so super duper excited to be able to offer you all these premium services at a fraction of the cost. Hello, Her Way Institute. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, we are live. We see you. We have about 3 or 4 screens going. But we see you. So what we're going to do, make sure to support, and make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe, and tune into all of our amazing podcasts and shows. What we're going to do right now, we are actually going to take a commercial break. And when we come back, you are going to be connected with our live broadcasting shows. Hold up, we have Coach Judy in the building. Coach Judy James, also known as Dr. Judy Auntie. Let me tell you something. You guys, it's something amazing about to go down with Dr. Judy. So she's an amazing person, a wonderful speaker, and her testimony speaks for itself. She's over there on LinkedIn, and she actually has on there no excuses. Yes, no excuses. That's why we put our price points as such, because we realize what time of the year it is. It's the holiday season, and many of you just getting over Thanksgiving. And then you're like, oh my God, it is that time of year where we have to really do more, right? So we understand that, but we don't want you to let what you're doing fall by the wayside. So we decided, because we are a company that's really about the people and community. So we lowered everything substantially low, so that you don't have to, you can buy that for a gift for yourself. How about that? The Power Podcast and ebook. Okay, if you've been hoping, wishing, and praying, this your blessing. Yes. Get involved. She said, I didn't know you are everywhere. Yes, we are everywhere. Everywhere, Coach Judy. We are all over. We, like I said before, we are on Roku TV, online streaming. We are on radio. We're in magazines. We're in books. We're also on all major podcasting platforms. We are literally everywhere, including streaming in so many different places. And we have so many amazing partnerships that we already have now, but we have more coming. And so we are doing some great things. I can't wait till I can actually share with you guys some of the things that's going to be going down in 2024. But once the ink is dry and we sign everything, I'll let you guys know. She said, yes. So she wanted me, I was going to wait. But since she is pretty much gave me permission by her typing it here, I can just, let the cat out of bed. Coach Judy, Dr. Judy will be one of our new podcasters coming in 2024 January. Generational turnaround. So if you are a millennial or Generation Z, I should say, and you're looking for a place where someone is really pouring their heart into you and want to hear your perspective and want to see you grow and have a show specifically for you, that is the show for you, baby. That is the show, Generational Turnaround. And Coach Judy has an amazing way in which she connects with the Generation Z and younger folks. I'm country. I say younger folks, young people. And they share their perspective, because really, at the end of the day, these are the individuals that's going to be leading everything once we're no longer here. And so how do they feel? How can we support This is the generational turnaround brought to you by Coach Judy. So make sure to stay tuned for her amazing show coming January 2024. She is one of many shows that's going to be coming in the first quarter of 2024. So do not sit on it. This is your moment. Do not waste this opportunity. I don't know if I'm ever going to have my ebook $10, okay? Because it has a whole full-fledged 30 video course in it. Okay, people pay me $1,000 just to get the course by itself, and I put it all in the book because I do not want you guys to have no excuses. I don't want you to not have access because I believe that it's room for all of us if you're willing to put in the work. So go hop on over to CTR Media Network and go ahead and get the power of podcasting, unlocking tips and strategies for podcasting success. On our website, you can get the ebook with the course for a limited time. This is the end of the year. No excuses, blowout sale. Pay it forward. Okay. That is what it's all about. Coach Judy said, yes, come to Auntie. So come on over to Coach Judy for the generational turnaround. I'm speaking to all of you. Yes, all of you. Generation Z. Generation Z, all the youngins. Go on over. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break from a couple of our sponsors, and we are going to tie you into our shows that are currently broadcast. And CTR Media Network is not about just one person. It's about our community. We have a community of podcasters that want to make a positive impact, and they do that through the power of podcasting, through the power of their voice, through the power of their message, through the power of their story. And if you have a story that you want to share, but you may not feel like you have a podcast, then come on over to be interviewed on any of our podcasting shows. We're also currently accepting new sponsors for 2024. We're accepting in-kind donations. So if you have equipment or different things you would like to donate, we can use that in order to teach the young people and also adults how to podcast, how to build up their brand and all that stuff. That's part of our nonprofit, which everything you can get attached right up because we're a 501(c). So it's the gift that keeps on giving. You're helping us, and then we can in turn continue our work within the community, because at CTR Media Network, we help podcasters, companies, and entrepreneurs grow their businesses by diversifying their visibility through innovative podcasting techniques and media. We help you. Yes, we help you expand and leverage your market share through sharing your content through social media, television, and podcasting. Thank you so much for everyone who's tuning in right now, live on Instagram, live on LinkedIn, live on YouTube, live on Facebook, live on Twitch, live on Twitter. Let me tell you something. We live everywhere. So thank you, and thank you for communicating with us, because we do these shows, we do these lives in order to empower you, bring you knowledge, and help you grow. At the end of the day, all jokes aside, it's greatness in every single one of us. Some of us just need help tapping into our full potential. And our hope, our dream, our goal is that you hear something or you see something on one of our podcasting shows that ignites you to action, because you already have everything that you need inside of you in order to become the person that you have dreamed that you want to become. It's already in you. You just need to ignite it. And that is what the Ignite Empowerment virtual event that we're having in February is all about. So you guys, I'm going to go ahead and take this commercial break, and then we're coming back with our broadcasting. So enjoy.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Aluva G-Burn is an all-in-one weight loss supplement. If you're looking at a weight loss supplement as a whole, in my opinion, you have to target 5 or 6 different areas. And Aluva G-Burn does that. And it's the highest quality ingredients with the best absorption technologies with the highest bioavailability in each and every ingredient.
Hi, my name is Jen. I'm 47 years old. I teach musical theater classes to children, and I've been using Aluva G-Burn for a couple months now. I have 4 kids. And it seems like with each pregnancy, I gained a little more weight, a little more weight, a little more weight. And it's so frustrating to try to get that weight off. You know, I'm just hungry all the time. I crave stuff that I shouldn't be eating. I've tried everything and nothing has worked. But as soon as I started Aluva G-Burn, I was finally able to lose the weight. It suppressed my appetite. I wasn't having to snack all day. The cravings were gone. I felt great. I now have the energy to do the things I want to do throughout the day.
Listen, if anybody's interested in getting into podcasting, grab this book. Go on Amazon, grab this book. It goes with me almost everywhere. This book has like a workbook. It has places you can fill it in. It tells you how to monetize your podcast. It tells you how to set it up. It tells you about sponsorships. Listen, go on Amazon and get this book. And this is the Bible for podcasters. Listen, it was ranked #1 in podcasting books. Look right here. Best new podcasting book by Book Authority. Right there. Boom. And a little secret. Y'all, when you grab this book, I think it's page 43, there is a code on there. Listen, you can get access to her class, her course. Get her course. It's worth hundreds of dollars. But this book it's less than $50. Grab this book on Amazon. I'm telling you, I carry it everywhere. She is the best. Grab this book on Amazon.
Oh yeah, they don't know me at all, right? Hey, I can let loose and share my thoughts, right? Because I just don't want to be in there telling all my business to anybody that I know is everybody that know me, right? So I'm in there and I'm talking, and then the person that's gonna come in to formally become possibly my counselor, I'm like, you know me. I know I done seen you one or twice. So I don't know if that is that something, especially with you, Dr. Paulette, being Dr. Harper, being in ministry and going through some of the things you've gone through. Is that something that you take into consideration too?
Yeah, it's interesting that you would say that, because the counselor that I went to did know us. And that was one reason why he did not want to go to counseling. Okay. But I took it as this is a professional and she's coming and she has more to risk than I would because she's a professional. Okay. And the fact that I trusted her as another ministry leader, as a professional counselor, I knew that she wasn't going to judge me. I knew that she was going to give me professional advice, that it was, filtered through the word. And so I felt real comfortable sharing with her what I was going through and how I even got there. And to be honest with you, she didn't even think about the fact that we were friends. I was a client and I needed help. And that's all that she was concerned with, helping me get through the trauma that I was feeling and that I was going through.
I'm glad to hear that, because I've counseled people that I know that are personal friends and family, and they've taken the advice very seriously, and to the point where even situations where maybe someone got divorced and then they got back together just based on the advice that God had given through us at that particular time. So regardless of what things we have going on in life and our own life circumstances, believe it or not, it still helps somebody else on their journey, because God still can impart wisdom through you,
Yeah.
So I love it. I'm loving this discussion, Cassandra. See, that's what I told you. We're gonna have a good conversation, right? You're like, okay, now I'm good. I'm good. You enjoying it?
I am, yes. I am
Good,
definitely
good.
enjoying the conversation.
Even though the topic is
It's
obviously more of a
enlightening.
heavy one. Yeah.
Right.
So listen, in the studio audience too, if you have questions, comments, make sure you go ahead and put them in there. We'll get them answered throughout today's discussion. And Cassandra, when we come back, I would love to hear your chapter title and what are some of the takeaways from your chapter for viewers and readers to glean from. Okay. We'll be right back, everyone, right after this commercial break.
Why learn about health when you can experience it? Experience it in beautiful Florida in February 2024. Join us for 3 days of integrative and intensive health and healing education and empowerment with the expertise of the following Healthopedia author, speaker, and facilitators. The world-renowned homeopath and acupuncture physician, Dr. James Marinakis, 4-decade health coach and holistic nutritionist, Dr. Joe DeBear, and others such as Kimberly Meredith, Dame Doria Cordova, Rex Sykes, Dr. Gary Sanchez, Jamie Kerr, Serena Brown Travis, and more. Experience daily morning walking and yoga, interactive participation, panel discussions, and more for your own epiphany of health. Get your tickets now.
All right, everyone, we are back and we are talking today with Dr. Paulette Harper, the visionary behind this anthology that you want to get, especially during this holiday season. Tell everybody the name of the book, Dr. Harper.
It is entitled Her Unbreakable Spirit, Harnessing the Power to Rise Again, which is going to be released on December the 12th.
And where can they get their copies? I'm going to put your contact information up right now too. So let people know how they can stay connected with you and where they can get the book from you. And then I'm going to put Cassandra's up as well.
Yeah, so anyone can connect with me on my website, which is pauletteharper.com. I am on all the social media outlets as Dr. Paulette Harper, also known as Pastor P. For the information about the copies of the book, all the authors are doing pre-sales right now, so you can buy an autographed copy from any one of the authors.
All right. And Cassandra, tell everybody, I have a friend named Cassandra who actually works here with the show too. So I say her name all the time, like literally daily, multiple times a day. So, and it's spelled the same way as yours. But Cassandra, tell everybody how they can stay connected with you and how they can get a copy of the book from you as well. We can't hear you.
They can stay connected with me on Facebook. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
But go ahead, we can hear you.
Okay. On Facebook, Cassandra. On Facebook, you can connect with me, Cassandra Hayes, but it's the Cassandra.Gill56 Facebook. And then on also my business, Sees Heavenly Boutique, on both Instagram and Facebook. And then if you would like to order the book, the link in the bit.ly, you would go to bit.ly, Cassandra Hayes, and order the book. And then at that website, it also have links to my actual business website, Sees Heavenly Boutique.
All right. So you can get a copy from any of the authors that are featured in this book. Now, how many people are in the book, Dr. Paulette?
There are 10 co-authors, 11 including myself.
Yes, and we're going to hear some about your chapter in a minute as well. Cassandra, if you would tell us about your chapter, what is the title and what do you really want readers to walk away from after they read your chapter?
My title of the book is From Struggles to Strength, A Journey of Redemption and Advocacy. So just to give you a little snippet, My chapter, it covers, well, I was a teen mom, and then I was a junior high school dropout, not a beauty school dropout, nor a high school dropout, but dropped out of junior high, much walking through the journey of, touching some things that I went through, as we discussed, as far as domestic violence, and the steps that I took, far as the pivot, what put me on a track of wanting to change my life, from the, from my teenage years, and a lot of things that I went through, like probably like a juvenile delinquent, I guess you could say. But it was a person in my life, which was my older brother, and he was the one that pivot came from, when he came to me, and pretty much it was a no chaser. He was raw and uncut. I can't say the stuff that he said, but it wasn't nothing abusive or anything. It was just like caring, and he pointed me in the right direction, and pretty much was like, you need to get it together. You need to go back to school, and everybody else think what you're doing is cute, but I don't. He really got
whipped you into shape. He whipped you into shape.
Right. And then here's the thing, a year later, after he had that come to Jesus moment with me, because that's what I'm going to call it, right? Because you think, well, I thought I was grown, right? I had kids young. I had my children young, right? And became an emancipated minor. So you pretty much couldn't tell me nothing. I had that grown syndrome, but he was raw, uncut, into the chase. But then after he, had that come to Jesus moment with me, what really pushed me in the right direction, a year later, he passed away. And in the words that he said to me, stuck with me. And then I went back to school, and I got my GED. I went to an alternative school, because I had 3 kids by the time I was 18. So when I went to the alternative school, when my brother passed away, I was 19. And then my youngest son, he was like a month shy of turning 1 year old. So that fall, he passed away in June of 1988. And that September, I was enrolling in an alternative learning school, for me to go back to school, which I did. And I went back to school and got my GED. But here's the thing. So my story is like, pretty much what you've been through does not define who you are. And of course, how my life started out, right? Dropping out of junior high school, having children at a young age. I could have became a statistic, and not even realizing my brother, it was all a plan of God, right? He planted that seed, and it was the nudge in the right direction to where I'm at today. Because guess what? I just finished my bachelor's degree. I graduate my commencement on the 18th. And prior to that, I completed my associate's back in 2011. So what you've been through does not define who you are, nor does it make you the complete person of who you are. It's just a little piece of the puzzle, right? Of the making of who you are. So my story is pretty much just telling my story and sharing it, right? Being a teen mom, dropping out of junior high school, and then my struggles with mental illness. I touch on that as well. But then at the same time, it's a strategy for people like, okay, this is where I was, this is what I went through, but these are the steps that I took to get better. And these are the steps to help. These are the steps I took to get me to where I'm at today. So it's also going to help people like maybe who suffered in silence, or maybe who know they're suffering with whatever, but they don't have the courage, or they're not willing to yet step out, but to let them know that you don't have to stay where you are. So what I want people to get from my book, I really want them to get up and reclaim their life, and you don't have to stay stuck where you are.
Yes.
And
Well, once you
what I
read,
want people. I don't even. Yes.
no, I carry on. Go ahead.
I just want people it's not even about me, right? Because I learned that on this journey. I'm a Christian as well, right? I thought it was about me, but guess what? It's not about me. And everything that I've gone through, it wasn't even about me. It was get to this point. And when I said earlier that you're going to see how everything ties together, and it is God timing. Even with Dr. Paulette, she didn't know I was in school. When I told her my story, she was like, okay, this is what we're going to write about, right? So things that I swept under the carpet and things that I thought that it was non-void that would help someone else, as far as talking about dropping out of junior high school, and I didn't see it as a big thing because I had the successes, I had the wins as far as going back in my GED. I went and got my associates, and then working on my bachelor's. Me dropping out of school and have anything to do with me not being a good student, because I always got good grades of that sort. It was just due to me hanging out with the wrong crowd, and then me and the school bully, we came toe to toe with each other, got suspended, and never went back. Right. So that was the reason why I dropped out, and then just doing what I was doing, right? So I just want people to really, really take it as an inspiration, help them, to encourage them that you do not have to stay where you are, and to know that there is help out there, but all help is not good help.
That's right.
Find the right help, find it where a place where you're going to be safe. And like you said, you do have to interview counselors. You just can't go to everybody, because it's not a one size fit all.
No, it's not.
So, and don't give up. Like, if the first counselor or therapist don't work, keep going and find somebody that works for you. And I just want people to be encouraged. I want people to be uplifted, and I just want people not to exist. I want them to thrive and live, because I've been there just surviving and not thriving and just existing. So I'm not just saying it as a cliche. I lived it, but now I'm on the other side of it, and it's through the grace of God. So I'm grateful.
Well, I'm grateful that you stepped out of your comfort zone and took heed to the coaching and the moving of God to get you to become a new author. Because I think this is the beginning of many books that will be birthed through you, Cassandra, for sure. So thank you for letting God use you and for being coached by Dr. Paulette Harper. Listen, there's a domestic violence hotline. If you do think that you are dealing with anything that's domestic violence related, definitely reach out. You can go in your car, you can walk down. I don't know. I don't want to just flip it like you could do this, you could do that, because I don't know what situation you're in. So everyone is in their own real-time situation. So I'm definitely not a person that says, well, you could easily, I don't know what you're dealing with. Yeah. But whatever you're dealing with, if you're able to get to a moment where you can call 800-799-7233, 800-799-7233. That's the domestic violence hotline in the United States. Now, because the Kim Jacobs Show streams in 100 countries, then make sure in your local country area that you look up your domestic violence hotline. And one time we did a search, and there are like probably about 1,000 different ones depending upon the country. So we weren't able to put them all up here, but please reach out to your domestic violence hotline in your area. All right, Dr. Paulette, I'm going to, so people are putting comments. Let me take a moment to acknowledge some of our studio audience members here. Give me 1 second, everybody. All right. Great title is what someone said. Sakina. Yes, Sakina, I see your comment. Let me pop that up. It's a lot of comments over here. Let me see. All help is not good help is what Dayron said, and he agrees with what you're saying. All help is not good help. Let's see, another audience member, Sunshine Murray, says, bless you, Cassandra Hayes. Owning and claiming it is the key. With faith to know God will do it. Your story will bless others to take the necessary steps. All right. So they're congratulating you. Own it and claim it. Faith is the key. You're helping others to take steps. God bless you, Cassandra. Your story will save so many young girls, Cassandra. I hope you're encouraged today. They shouldn't you shout outs over here. And here you are, first time author, and you done already made your mark on society. Yes, this person, Sakina says, she said, come through, Black girl magic. And y'all on the audio podcast, you can't see I got my hand up to my mouth. I'm like, the Black girl magic is what Sakina Sakina J says. Sakina. All right. Love that title is what's being shared as well. Lots of comments. Okay, we'll keep your comments coming in throughout today's discussion. Yeah, these have been some great comments. All right. We're going to take another commercial break. Dr. Paulette, when we come back, I'd love to hear about your chapter because you have a chapter in this book as well. And we want to hear a little bit about it and what people can expect when they read yours, okay? All right. We'll be right back, everyone, right after this break. Hi, I'm Kim Jacobs, the Managing Director of the Charlotte, North Carolina chapter of eWomen Network. I am so excited that you stopped to watch this video. I've got good news for you. You've just discovered an international network of women entrepreneurs who are committed to helping you achieve, succeed, and prosper. We're on a mission here to help 1 million women entrepreneurs each achieve $1 million in annual revenue. Here at eWomen Network, we have a complete success system that supports you every step of the way in building and growing your business. You being here right now is no accident. We're supposed to know about you. We want to meet you to find out how we can help you as well as learn about what you have to offer. With over 500,000 women connected through 118 chapters across the United States, Canada, Australia, and the United Kingdom, you are never alone. If this is resonating with you, please go to eWomenNetwork.com/Charlotte. Notice too my contact information. I invite you to reach out to me and to check out our upcoming in-person and online events. I'm really looking forward to introducing you to our special community. All right, everyone, we are back and we're talking with Dr. Paulette Harper, the visionary behind her Unbreakable Spirit, and we're talking with one of the first-time authors, Cassandra Hayes. Dr. Paulette, tell us about your chapter in this book.
Yeah, my chapter is entitled Stretched but Unbreakable. Stretched but Unbreakable. And so in my chapter, I talk about taking a step of faith in what I believe God had directed me to do. I had came out of a divorce. And so for me, it was, okay, what do I do next? And so taking a step of faith. And in my intro, I asked the question, how many of us have believed God to have spoken to us? And when we get out there and we do it, it does not look like what we've expected. It looks like we really want to go back to being comfortable, all right? But we're too far out there, you know? And so for me, and that's really where I was. So I took this step of faith, trusting in what I believe, you know, was the direction that I was going to go through in my life, but being hit with a lot of adversity, being hit with a lot of disappointments, being hit with a lot of backbiting. And for me, the stretching came when I had to endure it, but I also had to keep moving forward, believing and trusting that I had heard from the Lord and that this too was going to pass. And that in order for me to get through this, to get to my promise, that I had to go through this process. So, you know, when we are stretched as believers, we're stretched by our adversity, we're stretched through pain, we're stretched through a lot of the things that we go through in life. It's always a stretching for us. for believers, because it is not always the way that we see or we believe it's going to be. For believers, we don't want no pain. We want to receive a word from the Lord, and we just want to get the promise without without who you are. And so for me, the stretching was, okay, God, I know I heard from you. I'm facing this adversities and a lot of disappointments, and you are really showing me a lot of stuff that I did not see before. Now, what do I do? Because those things did come to break me. Oh, they did. They did come to break me, but I didn't allow it to break me, but I did allow it to shape me so that I can become who God wanted me to be in the process.
That's why I think I almost feel like we're twins. I say that often because there are things that we know do come to kill, steal, destroy. They come in to try to break us and break our spirit and let us get put back in our place, per se. But at the end of the day, we know that God is greater than any of those circumstances and situations. So how do we still just press forward through the storms, through the things in life that are trying to throw us off kilter? So I love your chapter and how you're stretching. You're stretching. When I think of something stretching, it's going to be like all the way back there before you kind of can sling it forward and make it happen. What advice do you give people that are being stretched and they know they're being stretched? It's not like they're confused. They know. I know. I can only say Kim. I can't even talk about they. Kim knows she's being stretched. What advice do you
Kim,
give? There's a delay. I don't know what's happening.
So the advice, there is. So one of the things that I would really, share with people, and even in my story, it is acknowledging that where you are right now is not the determining factor. That there is more for you to do. That there is somewhere else that God wants you to get to. But this right here, these are mountains that you're gonna have to climb. Okay, these are situations that you're going to have to get through. These are situations that you're going to have to get over. These are things that you're going to have to deal with, because there are some things in life that God shows us that we may have not wanted to deal with before. And so, that stretching comes where we're being pulled, our faith is being stretched. Our character is being stretched, our behavior, all those things that really define us as people, as humans, is really being stretched. And so for anybody reading that chapter, it really is identifying where you are and submitting to this process that God is taking you through. Submitting through it, no matter how painful it is, no matter how revealing it is, no matter how difficult it is. This is the process in which God wants us to go through. And so after I go through this development, after I go through this process, what is it going to look like when I get through? And for me, it was, that was a hard pill to swallow. That was like, wow. I mean, I had some blows during that time. It was some major, major blows. And nothing, and I say this in my chapter too, I don't think nothing hurts worse than a blow from somebody you know.
A blow from somebody you know. Y'all type that in the studio audience. Because a blow from somebody you know.
From somebody you know.
You'd be like, what's happening to me? Am I in a horror film?
Yes. But realizing that God knew before it came to me that this was going to happen. And so now what is my approach? What is my attitude? How am I going to use the situation to really overcome? And once I get through it, what is that going to look like? And for me, it really did make me stronger. It really did. It really did chisel some things about Paulette that she needed to work on herself, because even though God looks at how people treat us, but he also looks more at what we do as a response, how we respond, Right. So being stretched, but being unbroken, that I can be stretched in this process, but no matter what, you're not going to break my spirit. You're not going to break me as an individual, that I'm going to learn to overcome this. I'm going to be stretched. I'm going to be tried in this, but I am unbreakable.
Yes. I'm unbreakable. Cassandra's unbreakable. If you're unbreakable in the studio audience, put I'm unbreakable. Type that in the comment section. No matter when you're watching this or hearing this broadcast, type I'm unbreakable. You have to put it out in the atmosphere in order for it to even become a reality, so that you have something for God to work with. Okay, Cassandra, give us a closing comment, please. Anything that you wanted to say that maybe you didn't get a chance to say on today's episode?
I just want anyone that's watching to be encouraged and to know that your best is ahead of you. It's not behind you. Don't give up. And something I tell myself almost every day is just keep pushing through, push through, and don't give up on life, and know that you are purpose. You just walking through the process of life.
That's good. You are purpose. You're walking through the process of life. Don't give up. Keep pushing. You can see this teen mom made it to the other side through domestic violence, through mental health issues, through childhood trauma and different things she was experiencing. A brother that said enough is enough before he transitioned from this earth, that catapulted her to her new outcome of her life. I'm just so grateful, Cassandra Hayes, that you've been here today to share your story. And this first time is definitely not the last time for all that's yet to come through you. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Paulette, any closing comment?
Yeah. Once again, Kim, thank you so much for bringing all the authors to your show. I appreciate you so much. So I would just encourage those who are listening here. We talked about, her unbreakable spirit and just really having a spirit of fortitude. Just having a no. I'm not a coward. I'm not a coward. So I just encourage anyone to, of course, grab a copy of the book when it's released in December, and support all of these amazing authors. And then always, look for me to, come and, launch another book and bring another group of authors with me as well. And I just want to applaud Cassandra in this journey, being a first time author, her, trusting me in this being stretched. she was stretched. Trusting me in this process, but knowing that this outcome is going to get us here, and there's so much more, and there is, greater ahead as well.
Outstanding. Thank you for your contribution to the world, because you are making a indelible mark on society. So thank you. Everyone, make sure you know that it's only through your
All right, so at this time, we are welcoming author, podcast, businesswoman, coach, podcast influencer, Coach Tina Ramsey.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you're listening at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par, never lasting. Motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are. The media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. Yourself, your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow.
I didn't worry about what they knew and how they knew it. I wanted to know how to get it from them. I want what you got. And I tell people all the time, people say, well, go find that person that you want to be like, and you do what they did. Well, I don't know. Go get their book. Well, I'm not going to pay $50 for a book. You're not paying $50 for a book. You're paying $50 for their experience that you can't get. You can't go around. Oprah ain't going to invite you to her house. Who do you think you are?
In this life.
Okay. You ever see Oprah hanging around with broke people? We choose to hang with broke people. Broke people, what is it? Misery love company. We'll look for 10 broke friends and there's 10 rich people. See, we don't bother them because we think we can't. I'm going right up in the middle. And I'm going to ask you, what did you do? How can I do it? And if you don't want to tell me, I'm going to watch you. I'm going to follow you. And I'm going to figure it out. Because if you did it, my God is no respecter person. If you did it, I can do it. And all I got to do is figure out a way to do it. And then we choose the wrong friends. I had a lady I wanted to bring into the business. She told me, my own sister told me when I was telling my mom, she said, all of my friends are broke. I said, did you hear what you just said? Seems to me like you need some new friends. Why do you want to hang around with broke people? See, you find the people that are going where you're going. And then you try to get, I hate try, you get where you're going. But if you hang around people that's got less than you got, if you're the sharpest knife in the drawer, you need to change drawers. Okay? And then read. Some people, it has been said, you know, if you want to hide some money, put it in a book. Because most people are not going to read. They want you to tell them what to do. They want to know this and they want to know that. You are the best thing that you've got. And when you start to improve you, your life is going to change. And when you don't compare you to me to you, God gave you a gift. That's yours. I can't, I'm so busy trying to have your gift till I don't see my own. He's put a gift in each of us. And your thing is to find out what it is. And was I always like that? No. I had to fail 100 times. And I finally say, okay, God, I'm ready. I'm tired of trying it my way. And when I did everything go right? No, but it went better. It went better. I was looking for something in the room today, and I've been looking for it. I was looking for it for all morning. All morning. I'm looking. know I put it on this bed. I fold up this. I know I did this. I know I did that. I put some gospel music on, start playing and start praising. I said, okay, Holy Spirit, I'm tired of looking for it. Where it is. 2 seconds, I found it.
Wow.
What I've been looking for all morning, I found it.
Mhm.
So when you decide to let God anchor your ship, and you can call it holy, you can call it what you want. But if you've tried it your way and it didn't win, why not try this way? What have you got to lose?
Exactly.
Nothing. So when you're doing what others won't do, others won't get up in the morning and say a prayer and seek God. No, they jump up and they go to work and God knows they may have a great day and all of that's good. But why not have a better day? Take a few minutes and acknowledge who made you. You didn't make yourself as great as you think you are. You didn't. You understand what I'm saying? And God will lead you and guide you to where you need to be. And will you make mistakes? Of course you're going to still make mistakes. But that's why when Peter walked on water, had he not taken his eyes off, he'd kept walking.
Oh, yeah.
He took his eyes off of God. We take our eyes off of God. And you say, you're preaching, you say whatever you want to say. But I'm walking with him. I'm following him. I don't care what you call me, holier than thou, upside. I don't care. I know whose I am, where I am, I'm going. And I'm going to keep my eyes on him because I took my eyes off of him too many times and got in too many things that he still came and got me.
Mm.
And right now, wherever you are and whatever you're doing, God can still use you and he want to use you. He put us here on earth to make it better, to be God on earth, in earth, to pass it on to people. See, we think he put us here to get wealthy. He put us here to help people. And yes, you need money to help people.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, you can't help people broke. You can't do it. You know, so that's why multi-level marketing makes and change people's lives. Well, it didn't work for me. You didn't do what you both do. Let's tell the truth.
Mhm.
And see, people don't. Here, I tell people, broke people is like E.F. Hutton. When they speak, everybody listen. Everybody stop what they're doing and listen. And never stop to ask, if what you're saying is so good, why are you still broke? They just do what broke people say.
Mhm.
Broke people say that don't work. Well, who is they? They, them, and it is broke as hell, and people follow them all the time, right? They said it don't work. Well, who's they? I don't know. They said it don't work. What is it? I don't know, but they follow them.
That's true.
Instead of following somebody that's telling you, we sitting here telling you what works. And there are going to be people that run out and say, oh, she thinks she did that. It's a scam. No, that job is a scam. That's what's a scam. They scam you into working 30 years, tell you you're going to retire and live happy ever after, and you're not. You're going to need a job when you get off that job. Look at the people in McDonald's. They're higher in McDonald's if you can see over the counter. They don't care how old you is. Okay? So you're going to get a job after a job. You're not going to retire and live happily ever after. That's a dream that's been painted out here for years, and we take it. I'm happy on my job. I'm on my dream job. What is your dream job? Tell me what your dream job. Your dream job you should do without money. You need a mentor because not a friend. A friend is going to tell you what you want to hear. A mentor is going to tell you what you need to do.
Exactly.
It's a difference between mentorship. Mentors tell you what you don't want to hear.
And step on them toes.
Friends pat you on the back and tell you good. So you need a mentorship to help you move from where you are to where you need to be. And it needs to be somebody that's not going to, I've had people say, well, I've had people pay me to be mentorship. I've done that. And they say, well, I'm paying you. Well, you can take your money and go because I'm going to tell you. I ain't finna sit here and tell you what you want to hear because you're paying me. That means you buying me and I'm not bought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the money you gave me was just used as a service to help you get where you're going and to help you get where you need to be. But you have to be willing to change. You must be the change you seek. You got to be willing to change. You want this, you want that, you want out. What do you have? You go to the bank to borrow some money. They ask you, what do you have? They don't just give you the money. They want to know that you can pay them back. And most of the time, the bank wants you to have enough money to cover what you're getting. Darndest thing I've ever seen, but that's their system. And you get in their system, or you get in it, or you don't. So mentorship is what the first things people need to find. If you can't find, you want to open the Bible. It'll mentor you. Okay? And always find somebody that's got more than what you have. And I don't necessarily mean things. I mean up here. Because if you keep doing what you're doing, you're gonna keep having what you have.
Exactly.
And you gotta want, it's gotta come from in here. You gotta want it more. I have 21 people become millionaires in 18 months. You know why? Because they wanted it. We were hungry. And we wanted. Les Brown's a personal friend of mine. He said, Dorothy, you got to be hungry. You gotta want it. You gotta want it, then you got to be willing to do what it takes to get it. And that's what we did. Everything, I have those 21 people make $1 million. Everything that could have possibly gone wrong went wrong. Everything. But we kept going right, because things go wrong don't mean you have to go with wrong. You keep going right. You keep doing what you know is right to do, and you're gonna get there. And excuses, get rid of excuses. Excuses are monument that build bridges that go nowhere. That's all an excuse is. Or people, well, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear about what you can do, and don't have excuses. You will not have excuses and money. You got to remember that. You're going to have one or the other, and it's your choice.
Hello,
We're
my
going to
name is
show you
Alethea Tucker, and
how
I am the
you
CEO
can
of
change your
Joey's
life.
Enterprises.
Now, we don't make medical claims or money claims, because if you're behind getting here and don't work, you still ain't going to have nothing. Okay? Your mind will arrive at a destination long before you're behind. If you get your mind there, your behind will follow. What does that mean? Think millions. Think it. I don't care if your bank account got 0, 0, 0, you in the negative. You still say, I am a millionaire. I am a millionaire. I am successful. I am. What it's Moses, he said, who should I tell him who you are? He said, I am that I am. And you that same am. God made man in his image. You that same am that God is. You just don't use it. And you got to use it in everything. Everything. Business, whatever it is, you got to use that. I am wealthy. Wake up in the morning after you thank God for waking you up. I am healthy. I am wealthy. And I don't care what the circumstances. If you're sitting outside, I am healthy. If you're sick and coughing, I am healthy. Let no circumstance, nothing show you and say that it's different. No symptoms. Make a list tonight of all your broke friends and tell them it ain't personal. I'm just going somewhere that I don't think you want to go. And the first thing I used to tell people is to, like, you're listening to this today, whatever date it is. Let's say it's the 16th. Say, I heard something today. Today is the 16th. This is the message you put on your phone. I heard a lady tell me that I can be better and I can do better. And I'm willing to change myself and make some changes to be better. If I don't return your call, you're one of the changes I've made.
Ooh.
Put that on your phone. And people are going to call, what is that on your phone? Click up. You don't even answer. Well, I heard you did this. Click up. And when that one person calls and says, what's the change you made? That's who you want to talk to. You run from broke people like they the plague. Because they're like a common cold. You'll catch them. And you don't want to catch broke people. You want to catch wealthy people.
Exactly. So, with all that being said, we're getting ready to give them the solution. Because before we talked about some problems, but we just don't be talking about the problems and just leave
Not
you
without
hanging.
the solution. Not without the solution.
Now we get ready to share with this his solution.
The Homeschooling Interactive magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
So you guys, you probably was wondering why, because normally I don't have my beverage. I tell you to go get your beverage, but I don't have my beverage. So we have a beverage here. We have some amazing products called Aluva.
Aluva is the name of the company.
And
when you say Aluva, it's ALUVA. Remove the A and put the I, and it's I love you.
Oh, I
love you. See, so it's love, and we keep it going. And we have some products. Again, I make no medical claims. I tell you testimonies of people that have taken this product, and you are the first testimony because you take this product, you taste it in not even 30 minutes. What did it do for you?
Listen, you guys, I'm a product of the product. Anytime I'm telling you to go out and buy something, especially when it's health and wellness, because I take it very seriously that you guys listen to things that I tell you or I share experience and you trust me. Okay. And so very small things on health and wellness, I will not even touch because I'm like, I don't know about that. But let me tell you something. One of my friends, Leroy Mason, shout out to Leroy Mason and his wife, Eleanor Mason. Okay, so they invited us over and introduced me to the amazing Dr. Dorothy Cook. And not too long after I arrived, he handed me a glass. I'm looking, I'm like, oh God, what is this? And I take it. And I'm telling you, I have been doing health and wellness products for over 15 years. And so I have tried just about everything up under the sun, around the sun, and everything else. And it usually with health and wellness products, it takes a little while before you start feeling any different results, which is understandable. But let me tell you something, honey, I done this within 30 minutes or even less because I wasn't timing it because my body did a total like shift. I felt it in my throat because I have these good old South Carolina allergies. And so I felt the shift in my throat. All of a sudden, my brain was more focused. And the thing that really, really resonated and stood out to me was that my eyesight, I could see clearer. Okay, your girl do have to wear glasses, but I'm talking about I went from seeing 20/20 with glasses help to seeing 4K. Okay, so I'm like, what in the world? The next thing that I'm like, we trying to talk about, I got to get country with y'all. When it's dealing with health and wellness products, you don't want to take it because it don't taste good. Honey, this tastes good. This is a spot in a glass that's going to help your body. So you ain't got to sell me because the product done did what it's supposed to do. And if it's this good now, it's only going to get better.
And the best thing about this product is it helps day one. This product, this Life Green product, stops a leaky gut in 14 days. Okay. Wow. And most people don't. I don't have a leaky gut. Yes, you do. Yes, your butt got a leaky gut. Okay. And you need some products to stop it. See, the majority of illnesses starts in the gut. And if you think about a leaky gut, see your gut, go Google. Y'all Googling Beyonce and all them. Go Google your leaky gut. That's what you do. See how long your gut go through your body and it's leaking. If you put a ship on an ocean and don't change the element, it'll sail to whenever. But put a hole in there and a leak. That ship is going down. I don't care if it takes 20 years. Well, Your gut been leaking for 20 years. That's why you're going down now and don't know why. Your gut is leaking poisonous stuff in your body. This stops it. Your weight loss, you will lose weight. You will be healthy again. Just like in a few minutes, you saw the product work. It don't take days. Day one, our product work, and it stops the leaky gut. People that having all kind of pain and stuff, we can't cure anything. God does. But this product will help you. It will help you. Your glucose levels are high, sky high. This brings it down in a day. In a day. And you know, people are saying, well, I can't take this. I don't know what's in it. What's in that medicine you taking? That the doctor is giving you refills that ain't getting you. It ain't. Think about it. Just stop and think. They give you refills on medicine after medicine after medicine. I ain't getting no better. I don't feel no better. It come back. Why is it coming back? Because it's not getting to the root. Your leaky gut is the root. Here, we could stop your leaky gut in 14 days. Okay?
Listen, and for those of you who we know how expensive food is with inflation and everything going on now. So you may not have the time to go in the store or even the knowledge to know what foods work together the best. And who want to buy $1,000 blender in order to get it to blend just right? And you got to clean it and do all this other stuff. And even if you get one of them old cheap blenders, who want to do that? Mm-hmm. So they did all the hard lifting, all the hard work for you, and it's travelable. You could take this with you. It don't need to be refrigerated, okay? So you could drop this in your bag. You can go when you travel. This can go on a plane with you. Yes. So all of these things, you don't have any excuses not to get your health and your wellness intact because they did everything for you. And if you don't know, now you know. Yeah. Because listen, your gut is your first brain.
Okay.
Okay? I know we always go to the head first, but it's your gut that maneuvers the whole body. So once we get the gut in check, your life will be in check. And then you can go out and live your best life and get all your millions and enjoy your millions, okay? Get rich and then you're sick. What kind of mess is that?
And let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something else too. And don't y'all get on there talking about, is it FDA approved? It ain't drugs. Ain't no drugs in here, so it don't need to be FDA approved. And I want to tell you something. If you see the stars and wealthy people doing, everybody now is coming out with greens. There's a guy just came out with some. His name is Steve, and I'm just going to leave it there. Okay? Is his green comparable to ours? Let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you the biggest difference. Come here. I'm going to tell you something. When you see Steve's house, 15 million, every time you buy his greens, you help him build that house. When you buy these greens, you're building your own house. Now, which house do you want to build? Steve's or yours?
Ooh.
Okay? That's the answer to that. So-and-so got this. You either help so-and-so or you help yourself. When you take our products and you tell somebody, we pay you. We pay you. Just like you go out to a restaurant and eat, oh, the food was good. You call 10 people you know. You say, oh, this food was so good. Did they pay you? You tell somebody about this and they take it, we're going to pay you. And you're going to build your own house.
And so as you can see, we have these amazing immune boosters. And I don't know if the COVID taught us anything that we need to get our health and wellness together to build our immune system.
Yes.
Okay. And we have these amazing green products that is also travel friendly. And they have two products. We have greens and what is this?
This is Ignite. This is for, especially you drivers, truck drivers, you need energy. Instead of taking those 5-hour things that are full of stuff you can't even pronounce, this Ignite will do the same thing. No jitters and no crash. It gives you good, clean energy. This G-Burn, it burns fat out of your body. It's got CoQ10 and it's got cayenne pepper. It's got all the things in it that you need to burn fat. Now, all 4 of these products, they are designed to work synergistically together, but they work just as well separately. And if you can't start with all of them, start with one. We're going to give you a number where you can call and get started today. Whether you want to make money or save money, either way it goes, we're here to help you. And we can show you how to take these products and change your life and your health. See, health and wealth. God said, I've come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. If you're not having an abundant life, blame somebody other than God. So we're going to show you how you can make money with these great products, how you can change your health day one. Day one. It stops sadness. If you know anybody, everybody is going through being depressed and sad. You don't have to be sad another day in your life. You don't have to have leaky gut another day in your life. You don't have to be broke another day in your life. If you want to change, be the change you seek. You call in and you find out, what can I do? How can I get started? How can I work with these great people? How can I be more healthy? Steve Jobs, right now, that day he was dying, he'd have gave up all his money for one more day. Now you're a head start. You don't have to give up anything. Anything. When you start drinking this, it's gonna take the taste from bad foods out of your mouth. It's gonna give you energy. It's gonna make you when you actually wake up, you will wake up. You know, some people wake up and say, "Oh God, it's morning." You're gonna wake up. It's morning. It's time to get up. And you're gonna get up with who you can help on your mind. And we got the products here for you.
Exactly. So listen, you guys. The number in which she was speaking of is 803-250-6117. Again, the number is 803-250-6117. And you can call that number in order to get started today, whether you want to be a customer or you want to be a producer of something amazing. Many of us want to make a positive impact. Well, this is a way that you can make it not only for others, but most importantly, we got to start doing it for ourselves and our families. Okay, and so I also want to make mention of one last thing before we go. This young lady is an author. And I want you to go get her book. You remember about mentorship coaching? And you can't get in the room with the people, but you can get their book and read it to get her mind, her millionaire mind, for a fraction of the cost.
That's
so
right.
tell them about how they can get your book at the time.
Well, when they call that number, we'll have the information there for you. Get your number. But I want to say this to you: when you call that number and nobody answers, don't act ignorant. Just leave your name and your number, and somebody is going to call you back. They're not sitting there waiting on you to call. You may not call, okay? But we will call you back. Act intelligent. Leave your name and leave your number. See, you want to do what wealthy people do. You want to have what wealthy people have. Do what wealthy people do. You don't see wealthy people call a number screaming, "Nobody answer the phone. Why didn't answer the phone?" Leave a message, very intelligent and very clearly. Don't talk in tongues, speak in English, and repeat your number a couple of times. And I promise you, somebody's going to call you back. And they're going to be excited about talking to you and sharing these products and how you can either make money, get healthy, or you can do both. Why not have it all? That's what we're going to do for you.
Well, listen, that is a best way for us to wrap up the show. But before we go, I want to make sure that you let them know where they can follow you. What you want them to do? You want them to go and follow you, connect with you?
Yes, I do, but I want them to come through this information.
Okay, well, this is the
because
way.
we're a team and
She
we
wants
work
you to
together.
come through the team. The number again is 803-250-6117. Again, the number is 803-250-6117.
And if you want to tell them when you call whoever answers the phone, say, "I'm going to talk to that crazy lady," because I don't care what you call me, as long as you call me rich, okay, and wealthy. So you can call me what you want. I only answer to rich, wealthy, beautiful, all of that, okay? So call the number on the phone. We're waiting for you now. We're here to help you. We want you to be healthy and we want you to be wealthy. I've made 21 people millionaires and 15 of those are still making millions. We want to show you whether you believe it or not. I don't believe it. Well, Bank of America believe it because they got the money.
Hello, my name is Alethea Tucker, and I am the CEO of Jolie's Enterprises. I'm also the host of a show entitled Reinvent and Rise, and the host of a podcast entitled Leveling Up the Podcast with Alethea Tucker. I recently had the distinct pleasure of working with Tina Ramsey and CTR Media Network in one of her programs where she taught me how to get exposure for my podcast. She increased my visibility tremendously, and she showed me how to monetize both of my shows to make them revenue generating products. I am so ecstatic and so happy with the service that she and her staff provided to me. She went above and beyond what I expected, and I certainly got far more than I ever dreamed I would get with her. So I highly recommend her for any of her programs. I highly recommend her as someone to go to if you are looking to increase what you do with your podcast, make it better. If you're looking to get visibility, definitely speak with her. You will not go wrong with her or anyone on her staff.
You know, and I had individuals that had millions, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars in the bank. So I've seen some people that need my help for different reasons, and some of it too is it doesn't matter how much money you have. People want more money. They just want more of it, right? So if you don't have a lot of money already, you want more money. If you have a lot of money, you still want more of it. So I've had individuals often come to me, and even now, some of them want to skip steps, and they want to they feel like they want to get to a certain place, but they haven't met the criteria yet. If I can use that as an example, it's almost like a video game. You can't jump to level 16 if you haven't passed levels 1 through 15. So just like that, popular saying, there's levels to this. So the trends that I've seen is that people, when they don't understand how money works and how money operates, then they end up back where they left off. They end up back to where they were at the beginning because their mind has not changed when it comes down to money. So that's why people who win the lottery, and usually the people that play the lottery, are people who are in poverty. So with that being said, that's the reason why a year afterward they have to file for bankruptcy, because they didn't factor in and consider that they need to pay taxes on this $1 million house. They didn't consider that they need to maintain and upkeep this $200,000 vehicle, right? So it's these things that I've seen people just trending as far as their mindset when it comes down to money. If they don't change their mindset on how money operates and how money works, and that is just a tool, it breeds a mindset of money controlling you when you should be controlling the money. So that's what I come across a lot. And again, and that's not just limited to the individuals that are in those impoverished situations, but it's also for individuals that do have a lot of money and can be a little too greedy. So some trends I've seen are just in this people just wanting more money, but sometimes more money isn't the answer to their problem.
I know that again, you hear these different war stories or what have you. What is your advice as an expert? What are some things? Give us like the top 3 things that we should do to get to our next level of financial growth.
3 tips to get to that next level. This is very important. So I tell people this, and this is not always what they want to hear. Okay, but this is very practical. But this will also be life changing. So if you don't like these three, ask me again. I'll give you a different three. But I break my business down or my challenge down into 3 parts and 3 segments. It's very simple, and it's 5 days, and each day is cohesive and consistent with these 3 points: explanation, intention, and objective. So I'm gonna give everyone that's watching this. We're all at different parts of our financial journey. I don't know where you are, but if you're watching this, I want to challenge you to do these 3 things. I want you to give an explanation of why you even need money in the first place. I want you to find the intention and your intention behind money and having money or currency. And I want you to understand and realize what is the objective of money. What is the current objective that your money is using in your life now? Are you caught up in a circulation, which is another word for circulation, is a cycle where you go to work, get paid, and then you pay your bills and then go back to work again where you hate your job and you're stressed out. So find the explanation, find the intention, and then you find the objective when it comes down to money. And I guarantee you, your mind will shift as it relates to your money and you take back control. Then we can start with things like, how can we increase your cash flow? How can we have the best budgeting tools and the best budgeting tips? How can we make smart and wise investment decisions? But we can't get to that until we tackle those 3 things, those 3 practical things. And yeah, so explanation, intention, and objective. So those are just 3 tips that I'm going to give you to explain. And it needs to be an explanation to the point where you can even tie it into your purpose. Because if you can explain your purpose to the point where you don't have to explain it, then you've done the work already.
So how can the Think Fam join the challenge, and how can we follow you on social media?
Yes. So Think Fam, you can go to theexitstrategychallenge.com, and that's where you can find the challenge. And I do it for 5 days, and it's 1 hour per day. So it'll be during the time of 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I also record those sessions. So it is a Zoom session. I'll record those sessions so you can go back and watch it if you miss it. Or if you're like a lot of my clients and students, you have to, even if you're at the live session, you have to go back and watch it because I give so much information. So just like you were doing this earlier when we started the show, that is, just imagine an hour of that. That's what it is. It's just mind-blowing content that people have to, I tell them, listen, I'm gonna go back to the country for a second. I tell them, listen, y'all better strap up and get ready. Y'all better buckle up, because after each day, your ears gonna be smoking. Your ears will be smoking. That's how much information I give. So go to theexitstrategychallenge.com and sign up for the challenge. And I do have some package rates. So if you want to join as a family, that's fine, or a group of people, some friends. I also have some package deals as well. Also, too, you can follow me on social media. Follow me on Instagram, Ronald K.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to Empower You Crown Up, where we know that this is where we are empowering minds so they can live empowered lives. And so today we're going to be talking about confidence. When we think about confidence and just think about yourself being in the spotlight and just understanding your worth and just who you are and whose you are, which brings us to the scripture of the day, which talked about 1 John 4:19, that talked about we are loved because Jesus, he first loved us. And just knowing that God first loved us, that's why we're able to show love. It's just so important. But it also shows that we have to take time and pride in ourselves and loving ourselves, because you can't give something that you don't have. And it has to be something that you're practicing day in and day out. And, you know, people are always looking at you. They're looking at you, what you say, what you do, how you act. And so if you're asking or requiring something of someone, you have to know that, first of all, you got to lead by example. And if you're not leading by example, then just trust and believe. Ain't nobody listening to you unless you're leading by example. And that is just so important to know that if you want to receive more love, then you got to give more love. Whatever it is that you want, it starts with you. You got to start manifesting what you desire and what you truly want in your life, which is important. So, as you guys know, IMW is now transitioned to Empower You Crown Up, which I'm so excited about the transition. We just wanted to make sure everything was aligned purposefully for our audience and what we're doing. Time to know that you know your purpose. And when you know your purpose, you can operate and you can sleep at night. But for me, it was all about just helping, empowering our youth, empowering our parents and our young adults, and just letting everyone know that you're not alone. And there's times in life that we're like, wow, what do I do? You know, how can I move forward? Because things happen. But the key is that you got to get back up. You know, you might fall a million times, but at the end of the day, it's about you getting back up. And so my question to you is, are you getting back up? Are you staying down? Are you throwing a pity party, or are you getting back up? Okay. So if you haven't started following me, make sure you follow me on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. It's all aligned. Empower You _crown up. Okay. You can't forget that. Make sure you follow, leave a contact, whatever you need to do. Follow, like, tag, all that good stuff. Follow me. I do follow back. I have my team that does that for me. But I'm just excited today. You know, honestly, today is a blessed day. You know, yesterday was 9/11, and it just really shows that in the midst of so much, like, I don't know about you, but I will never forget what I was doing on 9/11. And, you know, we're still alive. We are still alive, but there are so many people who are not. And I think it's just important for us to make sure that we stop and honor and cherish those who have lost their lives, and just sacrifice so much. And I think it's also important for us to just stop and remind ourselves of having an attitude and a mind of gratitude, because there's so much going on in this world, and I'm finding people are being just heartless. Just truly heartless. And I say that because there's just so much people, you know, they don't stop checking with other people, see how people are doing. And just like we're giving our children mental health days, which I see a lot of people are starting to do that now, we gotta make sure we check in and give ourselves mental health days. Make sure that we are saying, you know what, check in with yourself. If it's a day you're like, I'm not feeling it, I'm not out here, take a break. Go take you a walk, get you some fresh air. Do what you need to do for you. So that leads us to our quote of the day. Okay. This quote is by Diane von Furstenberg. Okay. It says, confidence makes us beautiful. And it comes from accepting yourself. The moment you accept yourself, it makes everything better. So again, confidence makes us beautiful, and it comes from accepting yourself. The moment you accept yourself, it makes everything better. And it's just important to know and understand that confidence is from within. But there are some things that can happen outside of our walls of well-being that can cause you to wonder, like, am I really as strong as I would like to be and as strong as I desire to be? And the question to that, or the answer to that, is, are you? And so it depends on what we're looking at. Are we allowing life's challenges, things that happen in life, to stop us from really truly being great? Are we basing this based on different life experiences or things that have happened in our life? What are we basing that off of? And the reality of it is we cannot allow things that are outside of our control to falter us or alter our confidence. I talk to many people on a daily basis, and they will tell me how they allow their parents or people, family, friends to, alter their thought process. And my thing is, I'm not saying don't listen, because we do need to listen. We need guidance and leadership and things of that nature. But if you're excited about something and you see the vision, the thing is, if you have a vision, go for it. So many times in life we don't do because of what someone said. At the end of the day, if you don't do it and you don't take that leap of faith, you can't look back and be down on yourself or anyone else but yourself, because you allowed yourself to not take that leap. And it could be great or it could be really bad. You could fail at it. And that's the thing. But if you fail, at least you tried and you gave it your best. And you're not sitting there like shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? And so at the end of the day, I think it's just so important for us to say, what is it that I really need? And just check in with yourself. So today, in the midst of talking about confidence and just really being in tune with yourself, in the middle of the spotlight, and just knowing that, what you desire, speak it into existence, and you can have whatever you desire to have. Life is full of many ups and downs, many trials, many tribulations. Like I say all the time, it's a roller coaster, but we got to keep pushing. We have to keep pushing through. We have to keep pushing ourselves to be the best version of ourselves. Check in with yourself. Do what you need to do. I saw the other day, one of my stories, she posted how she got out of her mind of not running because of her knee pains. And she just did it. She ran, I think it was like 2.5 miles, 3 miles, 3.5, and she did it. And I'm like, wow, that's so inspirational, because I'm like, I need to get back out there. And when you run, you add years to your life. And, life is hard enough. I challenge you, who can you check on today? Who can you see? Who's on your mind? Who can you check and say, hey, are you good? Because I noticed that, hey, you ain't how you usually are. Do that. Check in with yourself and just really just know that as you check in on others and others are checking on you, that things will become more of that reality piece for you to say, no, I'm not good. I need some help. Or, you know what, today I am good. And it really just depends on you. What is it that you need? What is it that you're looking for? And just understand that nobody's perfect. But also you got to be realistic on what it is that you're asking for and what you desire. A lot of times people have unrealistic expectations because they haven't experienced certain things in life. But life's experiences will get you in alignment and make you say, okay, this is what I need. This is what I desire. And so I challenge you to spend some time with yourself and check in with you to say, okay, this is what I truly, truly need. And this is what I truly, truly desire. So when we're talking about that confidence in your spotlight, I think it's important for us to understand that we have to have a positive mindset. We have to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves, make sure that you accept you, that you are letting go of everything that was and focusing on what is, and that you are checking your circle, okay? I cannot say that enough. You have to check your circle, because if your circle is not with you, alignment, pushing you to be great, on those days that you have low moments, they're gonna be like, just go ahead and, drown yourself or whatever the case is. Because sometimes in life we feel like we're drowning, we're doing too much, or we just feel like I can barely keep my head above water. And that just means that you need to take a break and then jump back in. That don't mean you need to quit and give up. And so who you have in your circle really does matter. Having positive people in your circle is even more of a plus. Having a positive mindset is amazing, because if you want to see yourself win, if you want to see yourself go to the next level, you got to be positive, because there's enough negativity in the world. What are you adding to this world that's not already in it? What are you doing to be that change maker? You know, fighting against the grain, doing things like never before, making yourself stand out. What are you doing? What are you willing to do? And I think that's important to understand that no matter what happens in your life, you have to push forward and you have to give your best, you know, and be realistic with yourself. You know, take a step back. If you need to take a step back, take a step back. If you need to take a break, take a break. As a mother, it gets hard. You know, parenting is hard. Going to work every day, it's hard. And just really being in tune with yourself to say, okay, in the transition from work to the transition of motherhood, you know, if you need to sit in the car and take you a breather, do it. If you need to go take you a walk or work out, do it. Do what you need for you. Many times parents deal with, you know, mommy and daddy guilt. You know, they're making money, but they're not able to really spend as much time with their children. And so I challenge you to say, okay, what can I do? What is the time I do have? And like I tell parents all the time, it might look different for you. You and your household, it might be 15, 20 minutes every night. We have family time, or we sit around and read together or do something together. Do what works for you. And you don't owe anyone any explanations on why it is that you do what you do. And life circumstances, things, you know, life is a funny way of doing things. And it's just important to know that at the end of the day, if you know that you have tried and you've given your best, that's all you can do. And keep pushing forward. So focus on yourself, focus on being that confidence and spotlight, focus on living your best life. And guess what? Those who are meant to be in your life will stay in your life, and those who are not, they will weed themselves out. So make sure, if you haven't followed me, make sure you follow me on Empower You Crown Up. And also make sure that you are doing what you need to do, checking on someone, because you never know what people are going through. And, you know, even in your adulthood, make sure you check in with your parents. I know that can be kind of hard, you know, when you have children of your own and you're living life, trying to keep up with your own parents and your siblings and just life, especially when you have a demanding career. But always make sure that you are good with yourself. Be good with yourself. Do what you need. Be realistic. Check in with yourself. And don't forget that you matter and you have to put yourself first in order to be great. Remember to continue to love on one another. God's really given us a great example. You know, he made sacrifices and sent his only begotten son, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for our sins. He made a great example for us to know what love is like. And for us, we just have to keep pouring out, giving what we have. But the thing is, you can't give what you don't have. So make sure that you properly dig deep and do what you need to do to make sure that you are loving yourself so you can love others and just be that spotlight of positivity. So thank you guys for tuning in to Empower You, Crown Up, live your best life, and give your very, very best.
Our sponsors. The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Fathers to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you.
Hey Think Fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in. It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
Hi, I'm Eric Hansen, actor, producer, and director, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
on the next Michael Finkley, co-founder of E! Entertainment. Larry Namer is here. He gives us in-depth information about how he got started in this business, how he was able to start a network today, now worth millions of dollars. He talks projects, future plans, and so much more, Think Fam. Next, Finkley.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, I know you know who he is. He is the man himself when it comes down to entertainment, the co-founder of E! Entertainment. He is Larry Namer. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
You are so welcome. Again, thank you for just being with us these few moments, because I feel my viewers can learn something from you. I can learn something from you, and hopefully in the midst of you talking, you're like, oh, I didn't realize that about myself. So I'm ready to have the conversation.
Well,
Again,
if you stay around long enough, you end up having made all the mistakes and they're behind you. So hopefully you learn from them.
That's the goal, though. That's the goal, is to learn, right? That's the goal, is to learn. So let's go all the way back, Larry, all the way back there to New York. How did your upbringing in New York shape the person we see today as this mogul in entertainment?
I grew up in Brooklyn before it was trendy Brooklyn. The area I grew up in is still considered the hood, Coney Island. It's a rough neighborhood, but we were poor, but we didn't know it because we all were the same.
Yeah.
And it was a great time to grow up there because it truly was a mixed neighborhood. And we didn't really think of like, oh, this guy's black, this guy's Puerto Rican. It was just we all played in the street together. So it was a great time to grow up there. And what's interesting, I ended up going to high school, public high school there. And it was the neighborhood school, not a special school or anything. And it's very strange that to this day, it's the #1 school in America for turning out Nobel Prize winners, which is crazy. So on that hand, you had Nobel Prize winners. On then the other side, you had people that got into entertainment like myself. Lou Gossett Jr. was the neighbor across the street. Neil Diamond went to the school. You name it, they all kind of came out of there. And the commonality is we were all children of World War II parents. Most of us were the children of immigrants. And growing up as a kid of an immigrant those days was like, you're going to succeed or I'm going to beat it out of you.
No choice.
My parents were tough and stuff, but not abusive tough and whatever. They just wanted the kids to have a better life than they did, and they were going to push us and stuff. So that's kind of the common thing. So that's where I grew up, and I ended up going to school in Brooklyn, and I was the first kid in the family to go to college. Certainly the first kid to graduate, and I ended up getting a degree in economics, and I was going to teach history, but the New York City school system and I didn't see eye to eye on what history really was. They wanted me to teach their version, and I didn't believe their version. So we parted ways, thank God. And, I took what I thought was going to be a kind of a mindless temporary job. Somebody said, we just organized, unionized this thing called cable TV. I'm not quite sure what it is, but, go see this guy. And so they gave me a job splicing cables in the sewers of Manhattan.
Wow.
I wasn't even the real splicer. I was the assistant to the splicer. And I think I was the only person with a college degree in the company then. And So literally every day I would go under the streets of New York with the roaches and the rats and put wires together and, $90 a week and stuff like that. But I loved it. I thought it was a great job. And, so that's kind of my introduction to the cable TV world. And then, I really started to go, wait a second, this could be really cool if they do it right. And the company got bought by Time Incorporated. Time was a magazine company at that time. And, this is way before Time Warner. And they decided that they wanted to spend 10 years migrating themselves from being a publishing company to becoming a media company. So it was time to be there because it was kind of the beginning of it all. And so I got put into what was called the video group. And, I don't know, maybe there were 10 of us in the video group. I was by far the youngest. And, by that time I had rose to become the director of operations. So I went from under the sewer system to the director of operations.
That's a big leap, Larry.
Yeah. And I was like 25 years old. And I was director of operations of Manhattan Cable, the biggest cable system in the US. And I think I had like 305 people report to me, all of which were older, which was an interesting dynamic.
I could only imagine.
And, but, it was a great time to be there because it was like when we started home box office and Cinemax and using satellites. Nobody ever used satellites before. This guy, Jerry Levin, who was part of the video group, who ran HBO, said, oh, we're going to do satellites. And we all looked at him and go, what the hell are satellites, And, but HBO took off and urban cable took off. And, that was kind of where I grew up there. And I ended up spending my 10 years there. And I was the director of corporate development. And I was supposed to find new and inventive uses of cable television other than just providing good, silly programming.
Right.
And it was great. So, even before the internet, I was doing data communications and, remote medical diagnostics, just all kinds of crazy stuff. And that kind of opened my mind up to like what all the possibilities were.
Wow. So you used what you learned to establish what you wanted to in the future.
Yeah, it was a great training ground because it was very corporate. So, they were all Harvard and Yaleys. And, so it was very corporate discipline. So I really learned about financing and money and managing and, all of that kind of stuff. And, because I was so young and in, such a visible position for them, they were always worried that I might say the wrong thing to the press. So they made me go through media training pretty extensively.
Really?
And, which was great because it kind of got me comfortable. I mean, I could talk now to one-on-one. I could talk to 5,000 people. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. Yeah. And that was a great thing to learn. But then what happened was I got my 10 years in and I said, oh my God, I'm going to invest in the pension fund. And I'm like 30 years old. I said, there's got to be more to life than this. And it was just then that all the big cities were thinking about cable now because they realized there was more than just good reception. And there was a company that won the franchise for Los Angeles. And but the caveat that they had was they got the franchise, but they had to build it underground, not on telephone poles. Well, all the cable systems in the country were all built on telephone poles except Manhattan Cable. So they had no choice but to like find me and say, come out here. And, and I was just an arrogant, son of a bee at that point. And I just said, look, I'm a Brooklyn kid. I don't come to La La Land. I'm not doing that. And they finally just said to me, they go, well, what would it take to get you to move? And I just named like 4 times what I was making. And they went, that's absurd. That's ridiculous. No. And I went, yeah, okay, cool. Bye. Adios. And, but then, a few weeks later, they did call back. And it was like a cold winter and, living in New York. And, it's beautiful the day it snows, but the day after it's all black gook. And, cab comes by and splashes like cold snow all over me. And, it's just like, what am I doing here, And then they called and said, look, what you asked for is ridiculous, but how fast could you get out of here? And I went, okay. And, I just literally walked into my boss then, Hank Cable, and said, I'm done. I'm out of here. Look at me. I'm covered in shit. And he said, come on, you want a new office chair? What do we need to do to keep you? And I went, there's nothing. I said, unless you can provide me sunshine 360 days a year, I'm gone. I'm out of here. And
Wow.
I literally packed up and left and went. And it was kind of interesting because, Manhattan, I was in charge of all the, the technical operas, so construction and installation and service and all of that stuff. But I didn't have programming. I didn't have finance or whatever. But when I came out to California to build Valley Cable, first it was the first 61 channel two-way cable system ever built in America. And again, I was the ripe old age of 30. And, they basically handed me a franchise paper and said, here's what you got to build. And by the way, here's the credit line with Toronto Dominion Bank. Have fun, see you. And they disappeared. And, literally all the company, including legal and everything, reported to me. So I had to grow up really fast.
Very quickly. Wow. Wow, but you did it though. You did it.
Yeah, I did it.
Of course.
And, sometimes it's better not to be so smart and, to figure stuff out. And, a lot of it is just my street sense and stuff. So we very quickly became, Forbes magazine named us as the national model for cable programming because we were just doing innovative stuff because we didn't know we were supposed to do it a different way. So the stuff we were doing was very different than, what other folks were doing. And we got a lot of recognition for it. We won Emmy Awards and ACE Awards and stuff like that. So again, it was fun.
I see. I can tell it was fun because look at the product we have today that we're still viewing and we're still watching as still monumentous in this industry. So entertainment, right? As you began to build this amazing industry, did you know that you were breaking grounds on so many different ways?
The answer is yes. My partner, Alan Marufka, who's my friend from New Jersey, when the company that I worked for sold out and they decided to go back to Canada, they wanted me to go to Toronto. And I went, whoa. I had to go from Brooklyn to LA to go to Canada. I said, I'm done with snow. I'm staying here. So I said, Alan and I were saying, okay, let's come up with something that, keeps us here. And, when you're a Brooklyn kid and you're in LA, everybody's going to parties and premieres and actors and actresses and making movies. And, and we just said, you know what? There used to be the weather on TV. So at 11:25 at night, you would watch the weather to find out what you needed to wear tomorrow. And then all of a sudden the Weather Channel came. 24 hours a day of weather, anytime you wanted it. And news. The news used to be on at 6 o'clock or 11 o'clock. And then CNN came and you had news anytime. We said, all these people that love this Hollywood stuff, why do they need to get 15 seconds on Entertainment Tonight when we could create a whole channel? So we basically said, let's do MTV of the movies.
Wow. Again, I think about when you're speaking about this, right? It was just something, I feel like it was just an idea, right? Idea that it came to mind and you were like, let's just do it. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, it turned out to be a lot harder than we thought. We thought it was such a great idea. And everybody we talked to said, yeah, that's a great idea, but you're not Rupert Murdoch. You're not Ted Turner. People don't wake up and start TV channels. Nobody's ever done it before. And why should we believe you two guys will do it? And we weren't smart enough to listen. And at that time, the going kind of cost to start a TV network was somewhere between $60 and $100 million. I mean, now it's way higher.
Of course.
But, it took us 3.5 years and we didn't raise 10 cents. And then we realized there was nobody out there going to give us $60 or $100 million. And then we met someone who turned us on to a banker on Wall Street who had just gotten his job in investment banking. And he was looking for deals. And we met with him and he's like, oh, I love this. I used to be the entertainment reporter for my college newspaper. And we were like, yeah. He goes, I'm going to do this deal. And I was like, okay, great. Could you give us more like the 100 million than the 60 so we could do all the things we really want to do? And he went, oh, no, I can't do that. I'm only allowed to sign for 2.5. I went, well, what are we supposed to do with 2.5 million? It costs like minimum 60. And he goes, I'm only allowed to sign for 2.5. Sal and I looked at each other and said, you know what? We're two smart guys. We're going to figure it out.
Right.
So we took the $2.5 million. And I had a friend who was teaching radio, television, film at Austin, Texas, UT. And I called him up and I said, hey, you know, you got a bunch of kids that need intern jobs. And he went, yeah, we had a hard time placing kids this year. I said, send them all. We rented apartments. We bought mattresses. And so E really started, well, we started out under the name Movie Time. And then we changed the name a little bit after. But E started with 11 employees and 31 interns. And then my friend wanted to kill me, actually, because half of the kids never went back. You know, they started in the summer. They were interns in the summer, and by the fall, they were vice presidents. Because as soon as it went on the air, everybody went, oh, my God, why don't you tell us that's what you want to do? We would have given you the money 3 years ago. You know, it's always like that.
Then the light bulb clicked on years later.
Yeah. Well, once you saw it, it was, you know, to Alan and I, it was so obvious. People around the world love Hollywood gossip. They love Hollywood disasters. They love all the Hollywood stories. So here we had, you know, the opportunity to develop them in detail. And, you know, people were real interested in, you know, how the business works and not just, you know, what movies coming out, but like how movies get financed and, you know, all of that. And we were able to do that because we had 24 hours a day. Gotcha. And, you know, we started very simply, you know, if you we said it's the same arm movement. I mean, and people loved it. And then, you know, we started getting into other stuff. We, you know, the first show we really did was Talk Soup.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I
you know,
remember that.
with Greg Kinnear.
Yeah.
And, you know, people said, you know, Larry, you're out of your mind. You know, you want to do a TV show that makes fun of TV shows. And I'm like, yeah, exactly.
Why not?
You know, and, you know, we had Greg and, you know, Greg was wonderful. You couldn't have had a better host, you know, for that show than Greg. And I think, you know, there are probably, you know, almost 20 people that have hosted that. The show ran 26 years. From my crazy, silly idea, a 26-year run was pretty good. And, you know, so that did good. And then we went on, you know, Al and I met this radio guy in elevator in New York, and he was telling us about his show, and we were like, yeah. Now, of course, you're the biggest thing we've ever. And he goes, no, come and watch. And you know, we did. And then, you know, we went back to the team in LA and said, hey, we want to put cameras in this guy's radio show. And they were like, Larry, you know, radio's been dead for 40 years. Why would we do that? I go, you guys don't understand. This is the reality show of KRP in Cincinnati. I said, this is an ensemble comedy show. And, you know, that was Howard Stern. And, you know, so that went and did good. And, you know, and again, you know, Alan and I always looked at it and said, Hollywood is funny stuff. Don't try and make believe it's like rocket science or stuff like that. You know, so he did, you know, Wild on E and E Hollywood True Story. It was very irreverent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's amazing. As you were talking again, I was thinking about the times where I was watching E growing up, and at certain times you had to have a certain package in your cable selection to get E, and we didn't always have it because we couldn't afford that part. But as time went on, you know, it became more selective, and we were able to watch it in its entirety. And I really loved because I love the whole documentary aspect. So I really loved the whole E! True Hollywood stories and all that kind of good. Just seeing the behind the scenes things of people and how they were brought up, and that really opened my eyes up to, you know, me even having my own show today. So it really paved the way for a lot of individuals. I can only imagine, Larry, that there are a lot of no's in this process as well. How did you handle those no's?
Before we found that one guy that wrote the $2.5 million check, we were rejected, I think, 71 times.
Wow.
Where we went in and pitched and were told, get out of here. And again, it was always, you're not Rupert Murdoch, go away. There was even one meeting that we went to where we sat in the conference room and the main guy came in like an hour late. I mean, just had to sit there. I mean, totally rude. And he came in the room and with carrying the business plan. Again, you had to print the business plan in those days, and it was like that thick. And he just sat down and he said, who had the nerve to send me this piece of garbage, and throws the business plan at my head? And I'm like, I he didn't get me. And, I just said, okay, this guy obviously is not buying. But then again, I'm a Brooklyn kid. I ain't letting people throw stuff at my head. So I was just like, blah, 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 blah. And we went back and forth for like 20 minutes, like yelling at each other. And he just looked at us and said, I like it. I'm in for $500,000. And I went, what? And he walked out of the room and he gave us $500,000.
That's crazy to go through all that and say, here's some money, goodbye. Wow.
It was crazy. But, if you look at it now, everybody talks about influencers and all of that kind of stuff. He is now in 142 countries. Yeah. On any given day, he reaches 100 times more people than the biggest influencers on the internet. Think about that. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. Me ask you this, Larry. So from the E that was started way back when to now, are you pleased with the progress that E has done over the years?
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet the Browns as Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
On the next Michael Finkley, from Tyler Perry's Have and Have Nots, actor Patrick Fawcett is with us. And from the motion picture Million to One, actor Michael J. Patterson. Next Finkley. Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for an easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Hey, did you get your merch yet? Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkley.com, and click Finkley Store. You won't be disappointed. I'm telling you. That's good. Welcome to Father to Father. The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. me ask you this, Larry. So from the Eve that was started way back when to now, are you pleased with the progress that E has done over the years?
Some of it, yes, some of it, no.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think, the folks that followed me, because I kind of got tired of being the corporate guy. I'm a creative, and I was spending all my time in like legal and board meetings and budgets, and I just said, you know what, I'm going to get somebody to do that other stuff, and I'm going to go and play international and do all of that. So some of the stuff, yes, the people that followed me did a really good job, in the day to day. Some of the stuff I wasn't happy with. When the Anna Nicole show was on, I thought, I said, guys, you're pushing this girl too hard. I said, you're going to cause her to have a nervous breakdown, more than a nervous breakdown. She died.
Yeah.
I said, you can't keep pushing her the way you're pushing her. And, it turned out not well. Yeah, but then you look at the Kardashians and, there's a story that probably will never be replicated in our lifetime again. I mean, it's amazing. It's a multi-billion-dollar brand that was built on E.
Exactly. And how much is it worth today?
E? It's about 5.2 billion. Yeah.
$5.2 billion in a network. Wow, that's just fantastic.
Yeah. Our investors were very happy.
I know. Oh, Larry, I must say, please tell us the Oscar story, because you tried, when you first began, you tried to go into these different arenas and you weren't as welcome as you are now, but please tell us this Oscar story.
Yeah, well, in our first year, we got out there, we were doing pretty well. And, we actually were able to buy a camera and do all of that stuff. And, of course, we started with like corporate industrial equipment. We didn't have enough money for broadcast equipment. So, we would buy it from like companies who were shooting their training videos. And so the Oscars were coming up and we applied for press credentials. And we got this very rude no-go way, going, you're some dopey little cable system. No, you can't get it. So again, not knowing how you take no for an answer, we just gathered the crew, we climbed over the fence and we snuck in. So here we are on the red carpet interviewing people and doing that. And then security caught us and they threw us out. But we had so much great footage. And again, it was very different than, Entertainment Tonight would be, so tell us about your next project. We were like, hey, what are you wearing? And we just took this whole different approach there, and it's like, instead of tell us about your next project, you go, what do you do with your kids on the weekend? And people just loved it. And they said, it looks like you took us in some place that we didn't belong. And I said, yeah, actually, we didn't belong, but, whatever. So that kind of, helped us because people saw it and they loved it. And they said, oh, we see the kind of stuff you guys can do. And, then when the studio started polling people and say, how did you decide what movie to go see this weekend? It was like 1%, 3%, 7%. No, we got up to like 25%. The people who are going to the movies saying, I decided based on what I saw on E. And then all of a sudden the studios were like, hey, we're shooting a movie in Brazil. Would you like to come? And that kind of helped blow it up.
Yeah, you're a trendsetter, my friend. Definitely a trendsetter, what we see today and how the other networks have followed that path even today. But Larry, even more so now, being a creative being, you took your talents abroad. Tell us about those different experiences and projects that were successful abroad.
Yeah, sure. I decided, I got to go to places where Rupert Murdoch doesn't mean anything. So I went to Russia and, just kind of as a joke. And, I was still at E and started doing stuff in Russia. And, it was just when they were going through the transformation from, this communist government economy to, whatever they became. And I met the mayor of St. Petersburg, and the mayor of St. Petersburg said, hey, could you help me start a charity for the Children's Hospital and the orphanage, because we're having a hard time getting money sent from Moscow to help us keep these things going. So we want to start a music festival. And I was like, no, I don't really do music. And they went, well, you got to know more than we do. And I went, okay, yeah, that's probably true. So we put together this thing called the White Nights Festival. Every year, it's 6 days, June 16th to 21st. We would do this music festival. We would bring major acts from David Bowie to Ringo Starr to Sheryl Crow, you name it. We brought them there. And we, over this 6-day music festival, we would raise 100% of the budget for the Children's Hospital and the orphanage. And, then people in the music business here were going, help us set up a concert for Paul McCartney. And I went, nah, I don't do music. And they went, oh, when you needed us for your music festival, you did music, right? And so we ended up with a concert company that we did about 305 concerts, like major stuff, even 3 tenors on Red Square and things like that. And, and that festival ran 31 years. It stopped literally 2 years ago when this Ukraine thing started, because there's nobody that's going to go to Russia while the war is going on. And, but, so I was there, and then I decided that, well, this is fun, and, Russian people are too serious and have too many problems. Instead of reading Dostoevsky all day, let's give them soap operas. So we launched a soap opera there that was on 5 nights a week, and it ran 10 years. It was the #1 and #2 show in Russia for 10 years, which is crazy, but it did. And then I actually married the former president of Russia's niece. And so I married Brezhnev's niece, and we have a cute little Sasha who's now in Boston College. And we when we divorced, I said, hey, your family comes from Russia. You keep the Russia company, and I'll take, the U.S. company. And so I just said, okay, where else can I go? And it was just then I got called in by the Chinese government because I helped the Russians rewrite media legislation. It's like if you're going to bring in a Western economy, you have to have marketing opportunities that look a little bit familiar to Western marketers. So it's not like if you know the right person in the Communist Party, you do whatever you feel like. So so I had come in and helped the Russians do media reform. And then when the Chinese realized they needed to do the same thing if they were going to build an economy, they went to the Russians and said, hey, could you help us? And the Russians went, no, there's a guy in LA that helped us. And so I got called in by the Chinese government. And, so I helped the Chinese rewrite media reform. And then they asked me if I would teach, and this is a quote, young television executives the process of creativity for profit, which I did. And, and then kind of the guys that run the day-to-day there, if you had a profile it, they're 40 to 50, went to Harvard and Yale and Stanford and stuff like that. So they believe in the cause, but they're not the heavy-duty doctrine guys. Those are like 70-year-old guys. And they said, Larry, why don't you start a media company here so we could learn from you? And I went, you don't let Western media companies in here. And they went, no, we just don't let the ones we don't like. Like, okay, why are you going to be so kind to me? And they went, it's really simple. When we have a fight with Rupert Murdoch, it's front page of the Wall Street Journal. We have a fight with you. We go out for drinks. We yell at each other all night, but tomorrow we're good. They said, we'd rather do it that way for now. I went, okay, that's pretty honest. I get it. So started this media company in China, and it's still going. We still, I don't get to go as often since COVID, but the company's doing fine. And we do films, we do TV shows, we do internet content, we do stuff for brands that, Western brands that are looking to get in the market and build their brand awareness. And now the big thing we're doing is, I don't know if you've seen here in the US, they have these immersive Van Gogh, these immersive experiences where you go in a room and you're kind of like living inside the Van Gogh paintings and stuff like that. It's a huge phenomenon in the U.S. It's really brought younger folks back into the world of art and culture because they don't teach it in school anymore. And, you can't tell a kid, here's a book on, Vincent van Gogh, go read it. That's nothing. But you bring them into this immersive thing and it's sound and lights and digital and whatever, and they get into it. And so it's kind of expanded that. So we're doing those in China. And probably the most fun thing that happened for me in China, and it's funny because people always ask me the question, what's your biggest success story? And they expect me to say E. And, financially, yeah, it's E. But I decided that even though I've never written comedy or produced comedy in my life, I'm going to do comedy. So I wrote a comedy about the contradictions of modern Chinese life, which is basically what happens when you have incredible economic growth in a short period of time and people's social skills don't grow as quickly as their bank account. We've seen it with the Russians and the Arabs with the gold chains and the Gucci this and Prada that, pink Porsches and Ferraris and all of that stuff. So I wrote this comedy, and it was kind of funny because I gave it to my, and I write the story. I can't write dialogue in China. Gotcha. And so I gave it to our partner there, a woman in China named Jean. And she said, I love this. Could I take it to the TV station? I went, yeah, sure, go ahead. She comes back, she says, I took it to the big TV station, CCTV 8, in China, reaches 1.1 billion homes. It's crazy. And she said, I took it to the head of station. He really likes it. And he asked to have dinner with the writer. And Tuesday night, we're going to dinner with Mr. or whatever his name was. So I'm sitting there and they come in and the guy looks at me. And I know enough Mandarin that he's going, no, I want to meet the writer. This is a white guy. And, I'm going, do you really think so? And he goes, and the guy went to school in the West. He goes, no, I didn't mean any offense. He said, but when I read the story, it was so insightful into modern Chinese life that I never thought that it could be written by anybody who wasn't Chinese. And he goes, but you're an American and we're Communist Party TV. We can't put this on television. I went, oh, okay, whatever. But 2 weeks later, he called back and said, okay, I spoke to the propaganda department because they do have a propaganda department. And they said, yeah, they know who you are. You're okay. They said, but they really love the message of the story, which is not, it's got to be rich or got to be poor or city or rural. It's about finding the balance in life. It's about finding happy as opposed to, getting a new gold bracelet or, whatever. And they said, if we want to do it, we can do it. And I said, okay, what does that mean? He goes, let's do the series. So I ended up doing the series, and we ended up doing 72 episodes of this story. It was called Return to the Village of Good Fortune. And it ends up getting nominated in the Best Sitcom category at the Asia TV Awards in Singapore. Now, the interesting part is that it was the only comedy from China nominated. And I said, wait a second. I said, how cool is this? I wrote a comedy in a language I don't speak for a culture I didn't grow up in, and it's now considered the funniest TV show to come out of China.
That's mind-blowing.
I said, yeah. I said, think about the funniest TV show in China is written by a New York Jew. It doesn't get any better than that. So to me, that's like the magic moment. But if it was financial, it's E, of course.
That's mind-blowing, Larry. It is. It is it's so different, but it's unique, and it worked. It worked tremendously.
Yeah. So, that's the one that I look at even today and I go, how did I do that? And that one amazed. E to me was logical. People like Hollywood gossip and train wrecks. I get it. Yeah. So we executed it very well, and we did really well in building the company. But to write a comedy that I've never written comedy before in a language I don't speak is crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy. I must ask, in all of that you've done, across seas, in the States, all the awards that you've won. Do you find yourself a success?
Um, yes, in a way. I mean, I look at it and go, okay, it's the biggest influencer on the planet, pop culture. So that's a success. But I still believe my best stuff is in front of me. It's not behind. People go, "Why are you doing this?" Like, and I'm going, "Well, what would I do? Go play golf?" I said, "I don't like that." Um, so I still think there's a lot of fun stuff. I'm enamored. I've always been looking at not what was, but I like looking at what's next. And that's kind of been my history. I was in cable before cable was cool, and pay TV before, and internet before, and now I'm very much into the new economy. I'm into crypto and NFTs and metaverse and blockchain and all of that kind of stuff. And so that keeps me going. And again, I think my best stuff is somewhere in front of me, not behind me. I mean, like people don't, my kids get a kick out of it because my kids and we listen to the same music and watch the same TV shows, and they're going like, "You're not like any other dad." I'm going, because I don't want to listen to 80s oldies. I'm like listening to like Little Nas and, stuff like that. I said, "'Cause I like it."
Right. And you listen to what you like. You do what you like. There's no box. There's no box. And that's what people do. They put us in boxes to say that you should like this because you're this age or you act this way. No, let me be me. I'm going to be me. If you don't understand that, then so be it. But I'm going to be me. How do you stay focused? Because you've done so much. A lot of people in your position, like you said, they've done so much in your past. They have the big head, right? But how do you stay grounded?
Well, first growing up where I did and how I did, my parents were, they were tough. And, so that's it. And, a lot of it is, I'm still friends with my friends from high school. Like people think that I'm going to be friends with Rupert Murdoch or whatever. And so I don't relate to those people. I relate to my friends from high school. So that's my happy place is when we go out to eat in Brooklyn and stuff like that. I still think of myself as a Brooklyn, Coney Island kid. Like I go to Nathan's for hot dogs, and I love eating pizza in Brooklyn and stuff like that. So the rest of it is interesting, and it certainly has its advantages. Don't get me wrong. And now I get invited to every Hollywood party and stuff, and I have actresses that want to date me and stuff like that. But to me, it's like like what does it really mean? In the scheme of life.
Exactly. When you're not creating, how does Larry spend his days?
I go to the gym a lot. I go to the gym literally 6 days a week.
Nice.
I do an hour. No more, no less. I just do an hour.
That's all you need.
It's great, and I never have an excuse for not doing it.
Right.
Because you could always find an hour, maybe sometimes in the morning, sometimes at night. But my passion is cooking. I've been cooking since I'm 12. My mother was a horrible cook, terrible. And my mother and my father both worked. So my choice was learn how to cook yourself or eat peanut butter and jelly for dinner every night. So I learned how to cook, and I said, "Hey, I like this." And I started reading cookbooks. And then when I was in college, I actually got a job in a Chinese restaurant delivering the food, which meant you go in the kitchen, you pick up the bags, and this was before, DoorDash and those things. And I just love cooking, and I would always ask the guys in the kitchen, teach me how to do this and teach me how to do that. They just thought it was the funniest thing to teach the Caucasian kid how to cook Chinese food. And so I learned how to cook Chinese, and then I went, I did that for 2 years, and then I went and cooked in an Italian restaurant. And then after that, I've always either taken short courses in cooking, or I literally buy a cookbook every month, and I learn something new from every cookbook. And so I'm good now. I could cook anything. Even here's another funny Chinese thing. In China, when I started doing, we go out to eat and they go, well, let us show you how you use the chopsticks. And I'm like, no, 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 let me show you how to use the chopsticks. And then they would talk about certain foods. And I would say, oh, yeah, this is the way you cook that. And they were like, how do you know all this? So I ended up having a cooking show in China, which was loosely titled The White Boy Cooks Chinese Food. And, it was on Beijing TV, and they had a crew follow me around and stuff like that. It was hilarious. I loved it, but I couldn't do it. I mean, I had like real work to do. I couldn't do it all the time. But yeah, so that was fun. And, even now in LA, people fight to get an invite to my dinner parties because I do like 12 people and, and I cook like good stuff.
What's your specialty?
I think what amazes people the most is Chinese. Because they can't, how do you know how to cook Chinese? And I don't want to go into the whole long story. I could do Brooklyn Italian really well. Brooklyn Italian was immigrant Italian, with red sauce and stuff, not California foo-foo Italian. We never put duck on our pizza. So I do Italian good, but now, I've started lately playing around with Croatian food, which is kind of fun. And because it's a hybrid between Italian, Hungarian, whatever. I like Mexican. I could do Mexican pretty well. So pretty much I've done almost everything, to some degree. And but I'm really good in like the European cuisines and stuff, French, Italian, Croatian, Serbian, all of that stuff.
Now I gotta ask this, because being from the South, we know about a little bit of cooking down here as well. Do you know any Southern dishes?
Yeah, I do. The South cracks me up. I love, now these days I try and eat healthy.
I got you.
And I go down south, like I'll go to like Houston or something, they're right on the Gulf and they catch all this fresh fish. And what do they do with it? They fry it. I'm going, no, that's everything fried this and fried that. So yeah, I learned New Orleans cooking. I've learned a lot of Southern. I'm a huge fried chicken fan. I can do fried chicken in a whole bunch of different ways. But when you get to things like fried pickles and fried Snickers bars, I'm going like, why would you do that?
Because it's fried.
But for the most part, I try and eat healthy these days. Because, like I say, I go to the gym a lot, and I now equate bad food with pain. I go, okay, if I eat that, it's like 2 hours on the treadmill. Nah, I don't want to do that. So, like, I'll eat like fish or chicken or something.
I gotcha. That makes sense to me. Keep on cooking. Larry. Keep on cooking. So, in the future, do you see yourself creating another media company in the future?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first of all, I wake up every morning with 10 new ideas. By the time I go to sleep, I realize that usually the 10 are all pretty dopey, but every once in a while I have a good one. So I'm doing this thing now. Actually, the writer's strike is now in Hollywood. The writers are all on strike, and coming out of the creative community, I would never do anything that would jeopardize, my brothers on the picket lines and stuff. So I was going to do an award show in June, but now we're moving it to the fall because hopefully the writer's strike will be over.
Yeah.
When I watch the Golden Globes this year, the award shows haven't come to recognize that the geography of the media business has changed. It used to be U.S. centric and there was nothing else. Now the U.S. is like only 30% of the box office. I mean, China's bigger, and great movies coming out of Turkey and Germany and all over the world. There's good stuff being happening. So they've never really realized that the world has changed and they should change. You know, like you look at the Academy Awards, it's like, you know, one category, foreign film. Everything else is, I go, you know, and when I looked at the Golden Globes, first of all, the Golden Globes used to be run by the Hollywood Foreign Press. So at least there was a somewhat objective group that was picking the awards, and they were foreign, so hopefully it was more inclusive of foreign stuff. But they sold it to a money company, to a finance company. So now it's not, you know, anything. And then if you watched it, it was basically this year was it was almost like an apology for 50 years of like ignoring African Americans. And it was so over the top. I'm going, this is so wrong. The award should be based on the best of the best. I don't care where they come from. I don't care what color they are. We should recognize the best work. Plain and simple. No politics, no nothing in it. So, and then, you know, you looked at the Academy Awards and it was basically an apology to Asians. And I went, okay, yeah, you've been shitty to Asians for so many years, but now to just pick a movie that I thought was okay, but say this is the best movie of the year, to me, it wasn't the best movie of the year. It was kind of there trying to make friends with the Asian community again. I mean, there was a movie that came out of Germany called All's Quiet on the Western Front. And the movie was in German and it was brilliant. It was by far the best movie of the year. But I said, it can't win because it's a foreign film. And, you know, so I said, okay, you know, I'm going to take this on myself. So we started, myself and a guy named Chris Nook, who really comes out of the tech world, the financial tech world. We're starting something called the Nifties, NFTYS. And it's let's call it the Oscars of the metaverse. So, you know, just like the music industry resisted digital music for years, much to their detriment. You know, technology is going to come, and if it's good for the people, it's going to win. You know, I mean, now everything's streaming or whatever, and it's great. And, you know, there's some inequalities there that need to be dealt with, you know, between artists and the people that control the, you know, the platforms. But you can't hold back technology that's good for the consumer. It's just not going to happen. So you look at, you know, the NFTs and the metaverse and stuff. This is going to happen whether Hollywood or the media world wants it to happen or not. So rather than fight it, you know, my feeling is get behind it and become part of the change, and make sure that it's done right. And so we're doing this award show. We were going to do it in June, but now we're moving it because I won't do it during the writer's strike. And it really recognizes the best work in NFTs and AI and, you know, metaverse and stuff like that. And hopefully we'll get to do it in the fall. If not, but I mean, we're going to do it. I mean, we're well organized now and stuff like that. But it really is, we had to form our own academy. So we've got a pretty diverse academy. So it really is diverse and inclusive, you know, from people all over the world. And it's a recognition that, you know, this is a global business, not a US-centric business. And it's not white, it's not black, it's not this or that, it's all. It's the most creative people should be celebrated. But some of the stuff we're doing is pretty cool. So out of this studio in Las Vegas, it's the most advanced studio I've ever seen. So built on top of a Zoom platform, they built the software so that we could do 570 million simultaneous live streams. So yeah, so it could go out pretty wide. And in order to get one of the streams, you need to buy the NFT or the token. And really what that is, if you went to a concert or you went to a play, you always got this program. It was like your memorabilia. So the token gets recorded on the blockchain. So it really shows that you were there and you went to the first NFT awards ever to be. And that stands for that stands for all time. So nobody could ever dispute that you were there. And that's your admission into it. And, and one of the things that's interesting, like you look at the Woodstock 1969, there were 500,000 people who were there roughly. But yet when somebody did polling of people around the world, 20 million people claimed that they were there. So how do you like validate and authenticate a lot of stuff? So we're doing that. And then the nice part is like in China where they don't let you stream direct to the home. So we deliver one of the 570,000 feeds and they rebroadcast it. So they're going to get somewhere between 3 and 7 million people picking up off of one feed. So we've got that. And then on the rebroadcast, I have 193 million homes around the world carrying rebroadcast. And, some of the fun stuff, I'm using artificial intelligence. So when the host speaks English, when the feed goes into France, the host is speaking French. When the feed goes into Spain, the host is speaking not just Spanish, but Spain Spanish, the dialect. When it goes into Mexico, the host is speaking Mexican Spanish. And AI is so sophisticated now, in this stuff that you can't see you don't know that he's speaking English. He's speaking that language. And I think we're up to now, we're going to go out at about 34 different languages. And which is kind of fun, incredible. And then we have the ability to mint NFTs literally on the fly. So when the host is going to be wearing a dress, I have a friend of mine who's a really cool designer named Richie Rich. Richie is like, a huge figure in the LGBTQI plus community. And he dresses Gaga and late Katy Perry, and he dressed Madonna and on and on. So he's going to dress the host. But we're going to be able to mint that dress. So somebody could buy the physical dress, but also buy the digital version of the dress. So if you want to dress your avatar like Lady Gaga, you could buy that NFT. And it gets recorded, so nobody could ever question its authenticity because it's recorded on the blockchain. We have some singers. There's a young kid from named A.Y. Young, who's a young rapper, and he represents sustainability for the UN. And he goes around the world, singing and trying to get young people to pay attention to the fact that we're screwing up the planet. And so he's going to do original music, and we're going to be able to mint that version of that song and sell it. And the money will go to the UN to do this education stuff. And he doesn't have to give up any of his rights. So the artist still maintains the rights, which is really cool. So, we're doing that kind of stuff, a lot of fun stuff.
That is fun. Oh my gosh. I love how you continue to dream and you make those dreams come to life. And that's one thing that's why I started my platform. This is my biggest dream come true. Now I have to continue to dream bigger. Larry, what is your next biggest dream?
My next biggest dream, other than perfecting my Peking duck recipe,
I love it.
I really like building this academy and the award show, because I really do think it's a game changer. Again, I've done stuff all over the world, and I know people all over the world. I grew up in a very mixed neighborhood and stuff like that. And I think it's time for the media world to adapt to the fact that it's different now than it was 30 years ago in every way. So, building this award, this academy to truly be diverse and inclusive and fair. And again, it's not favor this one or make up for past mistakes. It's the people that do the best work should be recognized, and there should be no other consideration. So that does it for me. I'm kind of in what I call my Kardashians repentance phase, where doing socially responsible stuff. So there's a woman that does all these TED Talks about parenting. And so we're creating a series around her called Conscious Parenting. And when you think about it, being a parent in today's world is unbelievably complex. I mean, when I was a baby, my mother brought me home from the hospital, and my grandma lived upstairs, and my aunt lived next door, and my mother had a support system. Now, these kids go away to school, typically. They get married. They don't return to where they were born and raised. And, they get married, and then they have a kid, And now you go to the hospital with a kid, you're in and out the same day. And they basically hand you this little thing and they go, here you go. And you're like, what do I do with it? There's nobody there to support you. So, and then, it gets more and more complex, to think that, a lot of folks that go, oh, I can't wait till my kids are, 18 and out of the house. No, you're the parent for the rest of your life. And, like it or not, you are. And, so you got school shootings, you got bullying, you got gender ID issues. It's so complex now that, we're developing this series that basically tries to help parents and kids with the realization that, these kids, it's not the old days. When I was a kid, it was children should be seen and not heard. And, if you did something bad, you got a smack across the head. It's not today's world. Kids have opinions and they're people, and you got to treat them like that. Otherwise, they grow up to be depressed and find guns and shoot their friends in school. I mean, there's a lot of the problems that go on today, which are really all stem back to the fact they weren't brought up properly, or they weren't brought up in a house that cherished them and loved them and, did all that stuff. So, that's the one I want to see there. And again, because I think the world needs it.
Exactly. Especially in 2023.
Yeah.
We've gone through just so much. And we need that assurance sometimes in life. Just saying, you know what? You got this. It's going to be okay. Give a helping hand. Share an encouraging word. It doesn't cost a thing.
Yeah. And just, Catherine Celery, who's the host of the show, she does TED Talks all around the world. She really is a great expert. And, but, what we're doing is in the show, we're providing counterpoints. I'm bringing in co-hosts from different cultures. So, in one, I actually have a woman who grew up in a village in Nigeria, and she's got a whole different way of looking at bringing up kids than Catherine does. And it just makes an interesting discussion. And it's a discussion we need to have.
Gotcha. Most definitely. I must say, Larry, I had a pleasure in chatting with you. Oh my gosh, this has been the highlight of my day. When you talk with different people, because you talk with such passion about what you do, when people come to you and they're like, I'm just getting into this field, of entertainment, I wanna be the best that I can be. And me included in this, I am an educator by trade. I've been in the classroom for 12 plus years, but now I'm venturing off into this new arena that I'm beginning to love. I love so well. What advice do you give to those individuals that come to you and say, I want to be the best? What can you tell me?
Well, everybody uses that phrase, follow your passion. I'm kind of the anti-passion person. I think my message is you got to be honest with yourself. Not everything you come up with is going to be brilliant. The biggest problem I see people have today is they think that whatever the idea was, they're going to do it. And you know what? The environment changes, everything, technology changes and stuff. So what might have been a good idea yesterday doesn't stay a good idea forever. And people get so locked into it because of their ego that they spend all their time focused on, I'm not going to give up. It's my passion, da-da-da-da. And they spend times on things that they shouldn't be spending time. The one thing we all have that's totally finite is time. We all have the same amount of it and stuff, and you got to maximize it. So, like I say, I wake up with 10 new ideas. By the time I go to sleep, I reassess everything literally every night, going, seemed like a good idea this morning. How dopey was that? And, once in a while. So I only put my time into those things that have a reasonable chance of success, where I see loads of people just hanging on because their ego will not let them just admit, okay, it wasn't so good. Next. And I do that a lot. I mean, I look at it and I go, oh my God, next, and I move quickly. And that's, I think, what separates me out from, most people.
I like that, Larry, because, I've been trying to find words to describe how I feel about things in life. And that phrase just describes how I feel. I never want to have the conversation of shoulda, woulda, coulda. I want to say I did it, and this is how it happened. I didn't do so well, but this is what I learned, right? And I'm moving on to the next thing. I was having a conversation with my best friend, and I'm like, if I want to write a book, I'm going to write a book. If I want to sing a song, I'm going to sing a song. But I'm doing what I want to do.
Right. Yeah. And then, you sing the song, and then you got to be honest with yourself going, okay, that was kind of fun, but, should I really be doing this? Was the voice that good or not? And again, it's just be honest with yourself. Not everything you come up with, everything you do is going to be gold. Get rid of the stuff that can't work and just focus on the stuff that's good. Because again, the thing that you have that's finite is time. Where you put your time on needs to be directed to the things that can be successful.
Definitely. Oh my, I could talk to you all day long, sir, but that means you have to come back, especially in talking about this amazing new academy that you've started as well. I'd love to hear more in depthly about that process and how that went. But that means you have to come back, sir. You got to come back.
You got to just get in touch with me, and we'll figure out a time where I can do it.
I love it, sir. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media?
I'll give you the secret. The only one that I do for myself is I do my Facebook page myself.
Gotcha.
And my Facebook is, most people call it a food blog because I put down like what I cooked that day. So on Facebook, Larry Namer, easy to find me. I try and answer everybody that messages me. Sometimes it takes me a day or two, but I usually am pretty good with answering. The other stuff, quite honestly, gets intercepted or hijacked by the folks in the office. And, I'm not sure what they do under my name, but they do.
I gotcha. And all your information in the description below as well. Thank you, Larry, for being with us. We appreciate you
so much. Take care, Michael. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, this is Nelson Estevez, aka Alonzo from Tyler Perry's The Oval, and you're now watching the Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
I want to tell you that you have to be self-aware if you want to really grow. Like, you have to be conscious of not only the good things about you, but the things that you have to fix. And that's how we evolve as humans. And so for me, recently, I have hit a place where I noticed that I still have things to work on. And I've come to this when I really sat down and I think over myself. I evaluate myself. And so now when I evaluate myself, I look at situations, how I handle this situation, how is this thing going in my life? Did I handle that the way I should have? Was I more mature in this area than I am in this area? Like, really evaluate yourself and see the bigger picture and look at yourself and see if you want to be like that. See if this is the person that you're picture of being. See if you being the person that you always wanted to be when you come to certain situations. And for me, I noticed that I had a lot of things to work on still. And sometimes we think we already got it made. We think we already fixed. We think we already whole. We think we're already healed. And a lot of times we're not. A lot of times we're just on this journey. And sometimes you feel like you at your highest. Sometimes you feel like you at your lowest. But that's a part of the journey. But be always conscious of where you're at. Be always self-aware of where you're at in your life right now. So you can make adjustments. So you can evolve. So you can fix. So you can heal. So you can forgive. So you can move forward. Like that is why self-awareness is very important. So you can be aware of what you need to fix in order for you to go to the next level. Because it's new levels every day. Especially when you want to reach a certain type of height in your life, it's a new level. It's a new person that you have to become. You can't be the same person that you was on level 1 when you get to level 5. And level 5, to get to level 5 to 6, going to take you to be another person. So all these levels in your life, all these hikes in your life, all these accomplishments you want, all these goals you want, all these dreams you want, all these things you want in your life, going to cause you to continue to become a new person. And you can't do that if you're not aware of what you need to work on before you get to that new height, so you can get there. So always be self-aware. Always be self-conscious.
And you will see. Hey, what's good? It's Vashawn Mitchell, gospel recording artist, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Keep it locked. You will see the goodness of the Lord.
On the next Michael Finkley, from Tyler Perry's Have and Have Nots, actor Patrick Fawcett is with us. And from the motion picture Million to One, actor Michael J. Patterson. Next Finkley.
All right, we're live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Truth Talks. Truth Talks, welcome. I know it has been a while, but guess what? I'm back. We're back, and we're so glad to be here with you tonight. We're going to talk about a great subject, dealing on Truth Talks. We're going to be here every second Tuesday of the month. We're going to talk about a brand new subject, but things that matter to us, that should matter to us. So I'm going to go ahead and let Coach Ra, again, my name is Shayna Asby, Coach Shayna Lorraine Asby, which is the family life coach. And I want to let Coach Ra introduce herself and explain our mission.
Hello, I'm Coach Ra, your empowerment and life purpose coach. The mission of True Talks is to provide you with an open dialogue of real life situations, helping you to overcome obstacles that can leave you feeling stuck, hindering your growth. This is an open forum, free of judgment and bias. We are here to promote healing and growth in order for you to move forward in your destiny. And today we are going to be discussing and talking about broken promises. To give an overview of some type of broken promises that can occur, there are solemn promises, there are legal contracts, there are fairy tale promises, verbal promises, shallow promises, unspoken promises, as well as over promising. All right, Coach Shayna. Coach Shayna, you still there? We're ready to start our show. All right, let's hold on a moment to find out what's going on with Coach Shayna. Just bear with us a moment. All right, so we had some technical difficulties, but Coach Shannon will be back in a minute. So as I said, we're going to be talking about broken promises and just to kind of give some, again, backstory on Truth Talks. Truth Talks came about because there are just so many issues and topics and things of that nature that we just want to discuss. It's a lot of things that go undiscussed in our communities day to day. Just kind of the whether it's the what happens in this house stays in this house type of situation, and you just don't talk about it. And a lot of times it prohibits you from healing. So you're suffering from different traumas and different things of that nature because you just let things progress and they're just not talked about. So we want to have an open forum of honest and open conversation where truth talks, where you can express your true feelings, personal experiences. Maybe it's an experience that maybe someone else that you know has went through, and you can just share them. We can grow together while discussing them. We can learn from them. We can heal from them, which is a very important thing because a lot of times we carry things with us and we are just operating in brokenness. So we're just bandaging them up, never healing from them, but we definitely want to make this a safe haven, open space for any and everybody to come on board and discuss different topics. During our sessions, we'll definitely have an option for you to do and leave comments. So definitely interact with us. If you have something that you would like to say, feel free to post your comment. We'll share it with everyone. If there are particular subjects that you want to bring up for our future Truth Talk sessions, which happens the second Tuesday of every month, let us know. We are open to all type of dialogue and discussion. Again, the floor is open. The options are many. Okay, so we want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and that we all have an opportunity to discuss areas of importance in our lives, and not just our lives, but our communities, because again, a lot of things go unspoken and it just, generation after generation, it just adds more turmoil to what's going on in our day-to-day life because we're not talking about things. And not just talking about it, we're not resolving the issues at hand either. So just continue to bear with us while Coach Shannon gets her technical errors fixed. And we'll definitely go ahead and dive in. If you are watching at this time live and you have any questions, definitely put them in the chat. We can read them out loud. This is also live on Facebook. So there are Facebook viewers that are out there watching as well. So we welcome everybody who's here. Welcome back, Coach Shannon.
Hey, so I do apologize. Oh my God, technology these days. We had some technical difficulties. So I'm pretty sure you told them. Did you tell them about the different type of promises there are out there?
I did. I also talked about different things that are going on in the community and our personal lives, and that we have an open forum of just not just talking about it, but having us heal from it and getting a resolution of different issues. So we had that there are no topics that we can't talk about. I mentioned domestic violence, human trafficking. I mentioned divorce, single parenting, just to name some things out there, and told them to make some suggestions in the chat as well.
Awesome. So as you heard, there are many types of promises, right? And so we're doing this series this month about broken promises. Yes, last month was actually domestic violence month. I have my little purple ribbon on. It looks like you got a purple flower.
This is pink. It's orchid, pink orchid.
It's an orchid. Okay, she has an orchid on. But I just wanted to, make sure I go ahead and give a shout out to people. There's a lot of domestic violence survivors out there. And if you know somebody that's going through a domestic violence situation, make sure that you reach out and inform them to reach out and get help. Again, this is Truth Talks, and we are talking today about broken promises. So, the 3 promises that we're talking about today are: 1, the verbal promise, which is the commitment. And we're talking about the unspoken promise. That's the second one.
Are one.
And the third, that's okay. And the third one we're talking about is the shallow promise, right? So, yes, all of those different promises. So, it's like we have promise. A promise is a promise, right? It's a statement, it's a commitment that's made. But it's like we have promises within the promises. So, we have sub promises to the promise, right? Okay, so let's break them all down. So, the first one we're going to talk about today is verbal promise, which is that commitment. Verbal promise is defined as a declaration that one will do or refrain from doing something specified. It can be marriage vows, oaths, legal documents, legal contracts, that you statements that you make out loud. Those are verbal contracts. Now, the thing about it is that we make verbal contracts a lot of times when we say, "Oh yeah, I promise that I'm going to give you a call today," and you don't call. Or this is our marriage vow, to death do us part. We are here to death do us part. And then all of a sudden we got the highest divorce rates within America. So, so do we really take our promises seriously? And that's a conversation that we want to talk about today. So can you talk about elaborate a little bit more about some verbal promises or some things that you came in contact with or experienced with today?
Well, definitely the verbal promises, as you mentioned, the commitment to marriage or just to be in a relationship. Some of the things when you mentioned about verbal promises, it can be to your children. I promise to be there for you. I promise I'll take you to the store, and something can come up and you just don't do it. Or I promise we'll do it tomorrow. Tomorrow might never happen. You could make a promise on your job and say, "I promise I'll be on time tomorrow."
And you're late.
Right. You can make a promise to yourself and say, "I promise I'm going to be a better person. I promise I'm not going to have the attitude." So, I mean, they could just be self promises that you're making to yourself verbally too.
Oh my goodness. Let me tell you. I just thought about it when I was a kid. The one thing about a kid is that children don't forget anything. Okay. And when you make a promise to a child, then all of a sudden it's like it's stone and they're waiting for that promise, right? So imagine like, "Oh, we're going to Cedar Point tomorrow, or we're going to amusement park tomorrow. I promise we're going to amusement park." Man, I promise you that kid is what? Can't sleep, looking at the clock, imagining everything that they're going to do tomorrow when we get to the amusement park. They're excited. They probably heartbeat probably be pounding, and then all of a sudden tomorrow comes and we don't go.
Right.
My mother told me when I was younger, she would never tell us when we were going somewhere big, because she did not want to give us that excitement. And then it didn't happen the next day. Mm-hmm. And I was like, man, like, I understand. Imagine those children who sit by and their parents are promising to come and get them the next day. And maybe they live in a single parent household and they don't show up.
Right, right.
Can you imagine that? Like,
yeah, that can be tough. That can be real tough. Just, yeah. Especially for the child, it is different from just an adult to a child. Like you say, children, they're holding you accountable. Point blank, period. So a child is really going to be affected by the promise of an adult saying that I'm going to be there. And if they're not there, it definitely leaves a void in their childhood and in their adulthood as they get older. I know for me, I can recall a time for my father would make promises like, "Oh, I'll be there," or "We can make plans to see each other on the weekend." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm so excited." And he would be a no-show. And then that just caused me to become an adult who sat there and dealt with issues and be like, "Oh, okay, of abandonment. You're not going to be available. You're just saying that you're going to be there, but you're not." All right, we see that Coach Shanna is having technical difficulties once again, but that's all right. We're going to continue. So just back to what she was saying about children and single parents in homes, and a parent saying that I'm going to be there and they're not there. I had an experience with my daughter, and I expressed this one time on another podcast that we did, where I can remember being younger and my mom worked a lot. My brothers are older, so a lot of activities and things she wasn't there for because she had to work, and it wasn't her fault. But it's just I could probably be there the next time or whatever the case may be. But it was a particular situation. My daughter, I was like, I'm going to be so and so, and she didn't see me until I popped up on the scene. And it was like the whole thing, like, mommy. And that thing did something to me because it's like, wow, I actually showed up. And it's the part of just showing up that made the major difference. So just making that verbal promise, it's important. And granted, sometimes situations happen and you're not able to be there as you plan to be there for your children or your family. But at least with children, try to be accountable for what you are saying to them, because they remember everything. My daughter's 5 and she can tell me something I said 2 weeks ago and I'm like, I don't remember saying that. And she's like, yeah, you did, because we were sitting down and you said da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they are listening, they are watching, they are waiting to make sure that we are fulfilling those things in which we told them that we were going to do for them. I know Shanna also talked about shallow promises. In regards to the shallow promises, those are also some things that we tend to do as well. And I mean, the shallow promises are just they take hand in hand with the verbal promises. Welcome back, Coach Shanna.
Sorry. Guess what? It ain't gonna happen again this time.
So I went ahead and elaborated more on the verbal promises when it comes to parenting. So I talked about the situation with my dad and how he made promises when I was younger, and it affected me in my adulthood with dealing with abandonment. And I also brought up the situation I mentioned before about my daughter, how I showed up for her one day. She's like, mommy. And I was like, it just made the difference to uphold to the promise of showing up for her and made a big deal in her life. And I was just saying that the shallow promises also go hand in hand as the verbal ones. So being at your back, you can go ahead with the shallow promises.
Yes. I want to go back to verbal promises too, because
okay.
I want to say this, there are a lot of people that are in relationships or have made commitments with promises that they had every intention to commit to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then something happens, something changes, whether somebody did something that broke your trust or broke that promise, that commitment, whether it's domestic violence, whether it's infidelity, whether it's hurt your heart and they promise to do something and you really, sometimes it's okay to break some of those commitments.
Right.
I just want to say that when it comes to certain things, but if you can, and you don't have to break that commitment, then don't break that commitment, right? You want to hold on to that commitment because it is a promise that you made. But when it comes to certain situations, you want to get out of those situations. And I definitely say that because I was that person. I was married, married at the age of 25. I had one son, and I went through a lot of situations. And guess what? I put my all into my marriage. And I put my all into my marriage so much so that I never wanted to get a divorce. That was not my intention. But then when I kept looking at the fact that I was almost in a hospital, my health was declining. I was going through certain issues. I was stressed out, everything. I had to weigh the options. Like, yeah, I do want to stay married because I want my son to have his father in the household. But is this the right person that I was supposed to marry with that commitment?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I bring that up is because a lot of times we put ourselves in situations with other people or relationships, or we make promises when we don't even realize that sometimes the people that we make promises to, or even ourselves, it wasn't intentional, that we didn't have an idea who we were at the time. Right. So it's so important to know who you are before you make that promise or commitment and who that person is.
Right.
So some promises you may have to break, but it's best to try to hold on to what those promises are. I'm pretty sure you hear about this, Coach Rod, all the time. We've had parents who had parents. So that other generation, they're probably in their 70s and 80s right now. And one of the things they used to say was, you better stay with that man. He might be beating on you, but you better stay with that man.
Right.
He might be cheating on you. He might have 6, 7 kids out there. You better stay with that man. Like, let's go there. You know, that's a truth talk right there. Those are truth talks. Like, we have to learn how to hold our commitments and our promises, but yet and still, we don't want to hold on to promises that have already been broken by other parties that's causing you to have health restraints or declines. Or, like, we're not saying that, but try your best to hold on to that verbal promise.
Right.
I think it was the Bible that said, what was the scripture? Do you remember, Coach Ron?
Oh, we were talking about it yesterday.
It's better not to make a promise. It talks about better not to make a promise. So promises are definitely important. So the next type of promise we want to talk about is the unspoken. Did you talk about the unspoken promise?
I was before you had came back, I was talking about the shallow. Going into the shallow. You want to go to the unspoken promise? That's cool.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Because people, we can say promise all day. We can talk about the verbal commitment. But what about the unspoken promise, right? So the unspoken promises are expressed or understood without being directly stated, not spoken. For example, when you choose to become a parent, that's the unspoken promise. Relationships, when you're walking with someone, whether it's a friendship, when you came into that foundation of becoming friends or co-workers or in that relationship, that's an unspoken promise. Just because you don't have a ring or you haven't verbally made that commitment doesn't mean that it's not an unspoken promise. You have already made the statement that we're in a relationship. So when you make the statement that we're in a relationship and both of you know it, then that's an unspoken promise.
Right. That's true.
Those are things we don't have to say, oh yes, a verbal promise. I promise to. No.
That's like your prerequisite.
Right. We have so many people, I think, that are in situations where they're not realizing that they've made an unspoken promise.
Yeah, that's true. And I know when you mentioned about the relationships, some of the things of the unspoken promises with relationships were, am I fully ready to do this? Because that's something you think in your mind. The willingness to prioritize, which is very important. The will to put in the work for that person. And am I going to communicate with you? Also, am I willing to walk away? Which is what you mentioned in regards to the marriage portion. It's like, all right, I know this is not it. So yeah, sometimes it leads to that.
Or being able to love somebody so much that you know that your relationship together, you may be hindering the process. Well, you know what? I'd rather walk away than to lose this friendship. I'd rather just walk away. I remember somebody saying before that if you love it enough and it's worth and it's supposed to be, that love will return.
Right.
And beyond that, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that unspoken promise is real. Like when you think about that, you like, wow, like can you imagine every time you come and you're walking with somebody that you're into an unspoken promise? Like if we were to think about that, we would go into different relationships or different situations with a conscious thought of like, hey, if I go into this relationship, if I go into this friendship, if I go into this or becoming a mother, like there's duties, there's responsibilities, there's obligations that come with it. It'll make you more self-conscious about who you're with, who you're interacting with, and becoming that parent or who you're connecting with. So those things are, things that we need to take seriously, right?
It's true. I think we forget about that sometimes.
Yeah, I think we do. I think that we're so anxious to get to the promise that we don't realize the work that goes in the promise.
That's
like
true.
It doesn't work like that. You got to go through the work in order to get to the promise, so it takes work. So I definitely agree. Can you think of any unspoken promises that you may have got yourself in where you were like, man, let me
I think definitely when it comes to am I really fully ready to do this? That'll be my main thing. I think sometimes I could jump the gun, and that could be whether it's a relationship, that can be in a business venture. It's like, am I ready to do this? Maybe there's some things I need to reevaluate, set in order. But I just like, some people just be like, oh, just go ahead and jump in. Yeah, but sometimes you have to like, am I really fully ready for this? So those would be some. I would say that for me would be the main unspoken one.
You know
Am I ready
what?
for this? I forget about that.
Let's go here. Let's talk about being single. Okay, so I'm single. Are you single, Miss Coach Rod?
I'm in a situationship.
Situationship. Okay. We can take the situationship. If y'all don't know what situationship, it means it's complicated. Okay, it's complicated. So being single, when you're single and you're not in a relationship, you get so, at first it's like, oh, I want somebody, but then sometimes you sit back and you be like, you know what, I am so comfortable. I ain't gotta answer to nobody. Where you going, what you doing, how you doing it, what you look like, what you don't look like. You just so comfortable. But then you had those times where you're like, hey, I really desire to be in a relationship, right? So, and I believe that it really comes with growth. We have a lot of young women out here who go from relationship to relationship, and they're passing on pain from other relationships to new relationships. And we had this conversation earlier, and I said, we need to learn how to heal ourselves or heal from the broken pain that we went through their previous relationship. So we won't take that same pain into the next relationship, because that new person does not deserve to embrace or have to get that same pain that you were holding on to.
Right. And we do that a lot.
We do that a lot.
And that's because and we say this often, a lot of the traumas that we deal with, we manage them for years and years and years. And honestly, they don't come back up until you're in a situation and you realize, dang, I didn't realize I was still dealing with that. So as you said, if you took some time out for yourself, there would be a lot of solved problems. So when you go into a relationship, it goes healthy the whole way through versus it just being, whew,
I like how you said that. Yes, I like how you said that when you said we get in situations and things happen and we don't even know that trauma is actually there.
Right.
And I just started thinking about one time I went to California, right? So I never been to Cali before. Never been to Cali. Brandon was like, one of my best friends, Brandon was like, we going to Cali for your birthday. I was like, okay, that's what's up. We going to Cali. I'm excited. I've known Brandon forever. Let me tell you something. Forever. I mean, for years, right? So I go to California and I'm working. Brandon had to go take care of some business somewhere or whatever. I'm in a hotel room and all of a sudden my mind was like, wait a minute. He left. He gone. I'm by myself. What if he just leave me? What if he just dip on me and be like,
wow.
Like, I had a total panic attack. I called like 6 people trying to get home. Like, I think I need to go home. I got some money for a ticket. I might need some extra money. You know what I'm saying? Like, where am I at? Where my mindset at? Why did I come out here? What am I thinking? What is it? Like, I really had a total anxiety, a panic attack, because I was in a state that I knew nobody in. I was out there with Brandon, but he had went somewhere, and I had a panic attack. And I realized somebody else called me, and one of my girlfriends, Miko, was like, Shayna, it's Brandon. I was like, you're right. So then I had to go back into myself and say, where did that come from? It came from being put in situations to where you had no choice but to leave or to get out or to be out in the streets. And it was some things that I went through in my childhood with my mom. You know, she'll be going through some situations and she'll be like, Shani, you gotta go. Not knowing where I was going, what I'm gonna do the next day, and it would totally put me in a panic. And it put females in situations that they shouldn't be in. And so that right there was one of those experiences. So when he took me out to California, he promised unspokenly that he would make sure that I would get back safely and that we would have a good time. It was me that forgot about the promise.
Yeah, we do that sometimes. We forget about it.
So like you said, we have to make sure that we're ready for that relationship, so we won't take those traumas or those traumatic experiences into that next relationship.
So true.
Yes. So the third one we want to talk about tonight is the shallow promise. Woo, woo, the shallow promise. Did anybody know that this existed? Did you know this existed? Exactly what it looks like is the shallow. Let's just cover up promise. What does it mean to be shallow? Can you elaborate on what it means to be shallow, Coach Ross?
It's not even deep. It's the surface. It's just, that's it. You think you about to go swimming and you step in that water and your toes just wet. That's it. That's what that is.
That was definitely a great way to explain it.
You teased me. That's what you did.
Oh my God. When you think about a shallow promise, it's like, why even make a promise at all? Just don't say nothing. Right?
Right.
Why make shallow promises? You trying to fool? It was just it's just to ease their comfort, to let them, to appease them, like, yeah, that's what it is. And it's not. I was talking on the phone to one of my girlfriends today, and we read a post on Facebook, and it said something like, when's the last time that you lied to a man? And this guy was like, watch these women say that they didn't never lied to a man before. So my girlfriend goes sit up here and say, Shayna, you really trying to think about the last lie because you be telling the
truth. I'm out of that boat.
I had to really say, I'm like, oh my God. Now, have I ever lied to a man before? Yes, I have lied to a man before. But how long ago that was? It was a long time ago. So I'm not gonna sit up here and say I've never lied to a guy, but I really have to go back in my mind and think about the last lie that I told a guy. Because I've gotten to this area where I'd rather tell the truth. Truth talks.
I wouldn't call it a lie. I would call it a fairy tale promise. I just left out the small print. Like,
It was between the lies. It was between the statements, the words that was
right.
No, I got it. Because I used to be bad at this. I didn't tell the lie. It's just that I didn't say nothing at all. It's just
right.
I knew what the truth was, and I'd rather just not bring it up because I didn't want to get caught in the lie. So I just rather just go around the lie. That's how I kept myself out of trouble.
That's a good one.
So a shallow promise. Like my thing is with this is that shallow promises hurt. They hurt people. The people who make shallow promises, they don't have a care in the world for the person that they made that promise to.
Ooh, yes.
And so it's like, why even make the promise? And then at the same time, think about what goes around come around. And what if that person made a shallow promise to you, and how would you feel about that promise being made? So we need to think about the type of promises that we give people, the type of promises that we speak, and the ones that's unspoken. We have to learn how to walk in with people who are like us. And if we don't like the people that we're hanging around, then it's something within us that we need to change in order to make better decisions about who we are around.
Right.
And ourselves, because it starts with self first.
Definitely.
It starts with self first. So those are the 3 promises that we want to talk about tonight, or we talked about tonight, was a different type of promises. And so I'm going to ask you, the audience out there, when's the last time you made a verbal promise or unspoken promise or a shallow promise? And how did it turn out? 2, is that spouse or that relationship that you're in, is it the promise that you were looking for? Or better yet, is that the promise that you deserved? to have. So again, audience, I just want to ask that question, like, where are you when it comes to promises? So do you have any ending words or lasting words, last words, Coach Rod, in regards to promises?
Definitely, if you're going to make a promise, uphold to it. Because breaking them could, like I said earlier, it can lead to a long time of issues, especially when it comes to children. When you make them promises, I think more so children. I'm more concerned about making a promise to a child than an adult, honestly. Because as I said, my daughter can remember something from 2 weeks ago, tell you exactly where you was at, what you said exactly verbatim, and you be like, oh, okay. They are going to remember. And not just then, when they get older, you'll sit there and be like, oh, I remember 30 years ago when so and so and so, and you said, what you doing so and so and so. You be like, wow. So if you're going to try to make that promise, or if you're not try, but if you're making that promise, do your best to uphold to the promise, or don't do the fairy tale promise. Let people know what those hidden agendas, not even a hidden agenda. Let the small fine print. It could simply be like, listen, I'm telling you this, but don't hold me accountable if I can't make it happen. Because let's just say I say, when you turn 18, I'll buy you your dream car. Let's say financially, when you're 18, I don't have the job to purchase that dream car. So let them know that the stipulation, so we might have to have an alternative. That promise might have to be tweaked just a little bit, but let it be known. So all that fine print, let that fine print be known. So it's like, okay, I'm getting this brand new car when I turn 18. And then when that time comes, you like, I didn't ask for this Honda. I wanted the Bentley. Yeah, but my money said Honda. you know? So yeah, definitely. If you're doing those type of promises, make sure that fine print is talked about, brought to the forefront, and you're upholding to whatever it is that you're stating that you can do.
Yes, I like that. I definitely like that. Well, my last words with promises is make sure that you are walking in promise. And what I mean by that is that promise is not always verbal, and it's not, as you said, as we saw, it's unspoken. Some might be shallow, but at the same time, being the action for the promise. Make sure that you are exactly what that promise is. And that builds up trustworthiness, that builds up character, it builds up all these things that's great within about you. And please believe that when you make false promises, people actually judge you from that false promise. So we need to start thinking about that. Anytime we come into relationship with people, anytime we take a contract, sign a contract, a verbal agreement, make a statement, these are promises. And if you feel like that you cannot uphold to that promise, then don't make the promise. Another promise that we didn't even talk about, and I'm gonna tap on it 2 seconds, is over promising. We can have the best intentions for something, right? And we got so much on our plate already, but because we want to make this person happy, or we want to do this over here, we overly promise. I'm going to these mothers out here, moms. We over promise because we have so much on our plate already. We need to start taking things off our plate so we can know we can hold those commitments with the promises that we already have.
Right.
So that is what I have to say about promises. Make sure that you are connected to the promise. Don't abandon the promise. Think about the promise. And also reflect on the type of promise I'm giving, who I'm giving it to, and who I'm allowing myself to make that promise with. The Bible says, how can two walk together unless they agree? If that person isn't the best representation of myself or a self-reflection of who I am, I probably shouldn't walk with them. That's in friendship, that's in relationships, and different things like that. Like, why would I want to walk with somebody that always let me down, let go, or give me false hope? It doesn't give me anything to hold on to become tangible, to make it to something else.
That's why you have to look at how they say credit worthiness. What's your promise worthiness? What's your promise credit score? Do you need a cosigner? Can I approve you for this promise to believe that it will come forth? Or will I have to say you were denied?
Can somebody refer you for the promise?
Right. What
Wow.
is your promise credit score? Like, what's your score with your promises?
What is your score with your promises?
Mhm.
So that is definitely some food for thought. That's something that we
Mhm.
should self-reflect on. What is your score with your promises? Whether it comes to your children, anything. Make sure that you reach out to us. Comment below, even if you're watching this video later and it was just recorded. Comment below. Let us know what your promises are. Let us know about broken promises or a different type of promises that you dealt with. And also, we want to hear from you. We want to hear from our audience. What would you like for us to talk about on Truth Talks? Again, what is our mission statement? What is our mission, Coach Ra?
Well, our mission, let me pull it up for you one more time. All right. So once again, the mission for Truth Talks is an open dialogue of real life situations, helping you to overcome obstacles that come to leave you feeling stuck, hinder your growth. This is an open forum free of judgment and bias. We are here to promote healing and growth in order for you to move forward into your destiny.
So I'm pretty sure with what we talked about today when it comes to promises, that this is something that you can reflect upon yourself. You can add some great things that we talked about here to your life, or even think about what was said in order to get to your destiny. Because what we don't want to do is we don't want to stray off the path of what God has for us by breaking promises or going on paths that are promises for other people because we don't have the self promise of knowing who self is with the promise.
Right. So true.
Dig that.
So
So
true.
again, so glad to have you here today. So glad that you were here today. Again, don't forget to reach down in the comments below. Make some comments about promises. Let us know what you want to talk about, what you want us to talk about next time. And think about those promises you make, spoken, unspoken, and shallow. We might as well not even make a shallow promise.
Right. Please don't.
All right. So again, this is True Talks. We'll talk to you next month. Remember, join us every second Tuesday of the month at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
Talk to you later. This is Shayna, which is the Family Life Coach, and this is
Coach Ra, your empowerment and life purpose coach.
Talk to y'all. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us.
Michael Finkley with the Michael Finkley Show.
And I'm Nicole with Conversations with Nicole. You can join me Wednesdays at 9 a.m. on all of my streaming platforms.
Well, Nikki, don't forget about the Michael Finkley Show, Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the CTR Media Network.
Join us.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Ed Piotrowski with ABC 15, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show.
It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
Next Finkley, Arthur and TED Talk speaker Bernard J. Owens Jr. stops by, and he tells us what's next. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me. It's time to
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, I think he is my cousin, but we'll talk about that later. He is an author, a TEDx speaker, and a mental health professional. He is none other than Bernard J. Owens. How are you?
Hey, Michael. Thank you so much for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
You are so welcome. You probably don't remember me, but I saw you back in May at a Mother's Day brunch.
Oh, yeah. Of course.
You actually got on stage and you read an insert from your book.
Yeah.
And I tell you, you left everyone in awe, and you left everyone with a little tear coming down because of your realism. You're very authentic.
in what you do. So thank you for bringing your talents to literacy.
Wow. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. That was a great time. Mother's Day.
It was. It really was. So I must say, why is mental health important to you?
It's important to me for a lot of reasons. Professionally, it's because that's what I do every day. I work in mental health crisis intervention, self-harm and suicide intervention and prevention. So it's professionally very important to me, but it's also very close to my heart as a two-time survivor of self-harm and someone who's tried to end their own life in the past. So now that I'm working in the field, I not only have a career affinity for what I'm doing, but also have a personal affinity because a lot of the stories that I see myself in the clients that I work with. So it's not just a career choice for me, it's passionate. I left Delta Airlines at 42 years old and enrolled in graduate school just to do this work. So I love what I'm able to do, and the team and I, the care that we're able to provide.
Can you say second chance? Wow.
Yeah.
Chance. When did it become real for you? When did you really hone in to say, you know what, I want to do this, but I know that it starts with me? When did you start dealing with you?
I was at Michigan State University and had a mental health crisis of my own where I was involved in some self-harm and tried to end my life. And after that, one of the conditions of staying on at the university was that I enroll in some sort of therapy or counseling. And it really was something something amazing that emerged out of that crisis. And I was able to formally get the help that I need. It was more than just trying to pray it away, more than just talking to friends about it, more than just trying to self-medicate with alcohol or whatever else. It was a formal, concrete approach to healing. And that's what changed things for me. Not that all those other things don't have their place, but for me, that's where the journey really began. And that was some 30 years ago now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So with this second chance, right, that has been provided to you, right, to help others within the health of mental, the health of physical, what type of feedback do you usually get from individuals that when you tell your story or really can relate to them? What kind of feedback do you receive?
Usually I think people are more willing to open up and discuss what's really troubling them when they know that you're willing to put yourself on the line and share authentically what you've been through. And so a lot of the connections I've had with clients has been just because I've been appropriately sharing my story. And when I say appropriately, of course, there's a context that you always, if you're going to disclose personal information in a client therapist role, there's always certain ways that you do it and go about that. But a lot of my colleagues aren't willing to take that step for whatever reason. And, there are different approaches to therapy, and everybody has a different approach to how they want to receive therapy as well. So a lot of the comments and things that I get from people is just the appreciation for being willing to share what I've been through.
And again, I can't stress this enough. What you do is so important. So the big question from years to come, why is mental health important?
Wow, mental health impacts us all, right? Top athletes in the world, they may not always divulge, but one of the first things I'm sure they work on is mental health and mental wellness and acuity to be able to do what they do physically, because the body follows the mind and vice versa. So mental health is important in a lot of contexts, just in terms of how we function in society, how we get along with families and coworkers and people that we care about. When you start to take care of yourself, you're a better human being to the world. And I also like to tell my clients that, there's a lot of stigma around mental health. I like to share the idea that mental health is no different than any other problem or ailment that you might face. If you broke your leg and went to the hospital to get it set in a cast, you wouldn't be judging yourself because your leg was broken. And sometimes we do that with mental health. I'm feeling depressed and I'm judging myself because I'm feeling depressed. So, sometimes we can do a compound thing that isn't helpful at all.
You really said some things here, right? Going back to the self-care, right? When it comes down to mental health, I was just having a conversation with a cousin of mine, and we were talking about our family history and how sometimes in families, right, we don't say certain things, we don't talk about certain things. But I feel like because of COVID, we became a little bit more woke, right, to the aspect of mental health. How does that merge with our physical health?
In so many ways, Michael. I mean, I spoke recently just about, as a matter of fact, the Surgeon General has declared an epidemic with regard to loneliness, misunderstanding, and isolation, which are directly linked to physical health. Being engulfed in loneliness can decrease your lifespan. It can cause hypertension, diabetes, and other quantifiable medical conditions. And the Surgeon General is calling for us to be more interactive and figure out ways to be with people who don't have anyone, or who are with people and don't have the ability to connect. So it really is something that all of us can do. And I think the pandemic just made the problem worse because we were closed up and away from each other in ways that we hadn't been before.
Wow. That's kind of news to me, because you never know. Some people always tell us that, whatever you think or go through, it can affect everything. And literally, those two concepts work interchangeably, because it does affect your being, right?
Yes.
It definitely affects your being. So how can we prevent some of these things from happening besides medication, right? What can we do?
Some of the things, well, let me start with this. A lot of people ask me, how can I help a loved one who is dealing with an emotional or mental crisis?
Yeah.
And one of the first things I always like to say is, if you want to help someone that you think is going through something, ask them how they are doing, how you can help, and then stop talking. Let them talk. Let them tell you what they're experiencing. And when I say stop talking, Michael, I also mean stop talking to yourself. Stop your internal dialogue while they are talking. Be present and listen to them, and don't try to fix it. Just be present. And that in seminary is what we call the ministry of presence. Just being present with someone and listening to what they're saying, and stopping your internal conversation so you can be there with them fully. So that's one of the first things we can do to help people that we think are suffering. One of the things we can do for ourselves if we're dealing with some mental health or emotional challenges is seek help. Now more than ever, it's so much easier to receive help right in your home. I'm proud to say I open my laptop twice a month and log on to speak with my mental health counselor. And it's just the maintenance that I do to feel well, just like you go to the gym to feel well, just like you try to eat better to feel well, just like you brush your teeth to keep yourself clean. There are things that we have to do in terms of maintenance and hygiene that also apply to our mental health.
Oh wow, another mouthful said, because I even caught myself going into one of those arenas where I didn't want to go anywhere. So many things have happened this past year, and
Yeah.
still am, right. I didn't want to go anywhere. I just want to be by myself. But I felt health wise that, what, something's going on. The chest pains and all that kind of good stuff. I wasn't eating like I was supposed to. And so now it's clicking from this conversation. It's like, okay, I had to literally get up. I had to literally force myself to get up and do some things. Get out there and take in some sun, or go down the street and visit some family, that kind of thing. So all this is clicking for me. So this is helping me. I hope it's helping. I hope it's helping that you're watching. It's really helping me. What resources are out there? Because there are a lot of different resources that can assist with our mental and our physical health as well. What's out there?
I think with regard to mental health, if you have someone that you trust that is seeing someone already, you can ask them. That's one of the ways. It's kind of like any other thing, right? Like, who's your doctor? Who do you go to? Who do you? And so word of mouth is one way, but if you're not comfortable with that, feel free to Google, and Google specifically what you're looking for. If you're looking for a Black female therapist, because that's who you think you'd be comfortable with, Google those in your area. Or if you have health insurance, you can look on the back of your insurance card, call your provider, and ask them who's in network that meets the parameters that you're looking for. So there are several different ways to go about it. If you don't have insurance, there are community mental health resources, and in most major cities around the country, right? I work for one of those in the Washington, D.C. area, where many of my clients are uninsured. And so there are resources, but it's up to the consumer to get themselves out there and look and be educated in how they want to approach it, because it really is your life and your happiness. And you don't have to tell anybody about it. You ain't got to talk about it. You don't have to discuss it with anybody unless you want to. It's something that's very personal and will really benefit you.
Exactly. And another key point there, as you were talking, because again, I'm going back into my own being. I'm like, I need to talk to somebody. I need to talk with somebody. You know, we go to, we like, oh my gosh, you know, we love Jesus, but he put people, he put people on down here to talk with us.